Welcome to the Some Dare Call It Conspiracy podcast, hosted by Brent Lee and Neil Sanders. After nearly 20 years exploring the world of conspiracy culture, we are taking our guests and listeners on a guided tour of the rabbit hole. Our mission? To discover where the truth lies. And welcome to the next episode of Some Dare Call It Conspiracy. I am Brent Lee.
And I'm Neil Sanders.
We wanted to do something a little bit different this time. We've been dealing with some very dark conspiracy theories recently. Always seem to veer into the anti-Semitic tropes or some CSA or just something absolutely terrible. So we thought, hey, let's do something fun. And we asked the audience, what would you like us to do? 236 people across Twitter and Facebook put their votes in. 18% voted for Loch Ness Monster. 22% voted for the Mandela Effect. 23% voted for the Beatle conspiracies. Now, that's a pretty close fight between the bottom.
Not bad, yeah. But I'm convinced we did the Mandela Effect before.
But with 37% of the vote, the clear winner was, did Stanley Kubrick hoax the moon landing? Were you happy with that choice?
Yeah, it was all right, actually. It gave me an excuse to go and rewatch a load of Stanley Kubrick films. So yeah, cheers for that, audience. Nice one.
Yeah, same. I entertained this one when it came out, so I'm quite pleased that we get to dive into it. But before we do, let's just get straight into this and introduce our guest. And today we are joined by one half of the What Should I Think About podcast, Stephen Mather.
Hello guys, it's great to be here. Thank you for asking me on.
Of course. Now, could you tell our audience a little bit about What Should I Think About podcast? I think that is a pretty good introduction to exactly who you are.
Sure, yeah. So the What Should I Think About podcast is what should I think about ... essentially. And the reason that matters is because basically I grew up in a high control group. I call it a cult. And I only left when I was about 30, around the same time as my daughter was born. So she was indeed the catalyst for me leaving. So the idea behind the podcast is, you know, when you leave a cult or a high control group, you have had everything given to you in terms of what you believe, your philosophy, your beliefs. You have no opinions of your own, you know, apart from perhaps which football team to support. But even then, you know, you're told not to get too involved. So your morals, your philosophy, your beliefs about religion, about science, about absolutely everything really has been kind of spoon-fed to you. So when you leave, you're trying to make sense of a world that you have observed from afar, but you don't know that well. So there's a long period of sense-making, I would call it, where you're trying to make sense of a world and everything in it. And that's what the podcast is about. It's about that journey. I feel like I'm still doing it. I guess we all are to some degree. But it's basically taking lots of different subjects and saying, right, what should we think about this? And it's not up to us to tell our listeners what they should think. That's not the idea. But we just want to, I suppose, model that process a little bit. When people leave a cult, it's very easy for them to get sucked into all sorts of quite fringe ideas, which is why there's some sort of sympathy with this podcast. You know, is you know, it's very easy to get sucked into all sorts of conspiracy ideas and so on. So the idea of the podcast is really just explore that in a rational way, but also with a bit of fun because it's me and my daughter, which is great to be able to talk to my daughter. You know, it's a great excuse to have a chat every week.
Yeah, I love that energy. I love the way you guys play off each other. It's a really fascinating, like, conversation.
And it's genuine because that we've always talked like that. So that was one of the things that we wanted to do is just you know, replicate that father-daughter dynamic. Because actually you don't see that as often as you perhaps should, I think. Certainly not in the media. So often stories and movies and so on, there's always a, you know, a difficult relationship between dad and the daughter. But, you know, I think it's nice to show that actually you can get on with each other, you know.
Yeah, you have a very friendly and open relationship, and like it seems like there's no power struggle. Not most of these sorts of father-daughter sort of pairings that you might see, I don't know, on YouTube or on podcasts. It's like the daughter is acting like the dad is stupid, you know. And I obviously really related to what you were trying to do there, and that's kind of exactly what we're trying to do here. What, you know, I went through the same thing you went through, and I'm making this podcast to find out, what should I think about this conspiracy I used to believe in, what should I think about this conspiracy I used to believe in. But this isn't the only thing you do another podcast called Cults on Film. Can you tell us about that one?
Yeah, of course. So that's quite a new one. There's 4 episodes up, I think, now. And the idea behind this, it's one that I do on my own. It's more of a sort of scripted podcast, but it's really about doing a cult reading, I think, of films. So some of the films that I review are movies about cults, and we've talked about them sometimes on our other podcast, and yet others are not specifically about cults, but there's some cultic element in there that if you do a cult reading, you can actually start to pick up some ideas that actually make some sense. For instance, I've done one about Star Trek and the whole Borg thing, and as an ex-Jehovah's Witness, which is the group that I came from, a lot of the ex-community talk about the JWs as the Borg, because it's this idea that you have to all think alike, you have to say the same things. It's very controlling. So I think looking at a film like Star Trek in that way, you can say, well, actually, there's lots of parallels here between how people get, well, first of all, recruited into cults, but then the leaving process and what that feels like. There's lots of parallels. So that was one of the ones I really enjoyed doing.
Have you done Eyes Wide Shut yet?
No, that's a good one, isn't it? Obviously, we're going to talk about Kubrick today. So no, I've not done that one, but that's a good one. I did read the book as well a few years ago that it's based upon. Yes, it is a very culty sort of movement that it talks about, isn't it? A very, very strange book. Yeah, good one. No, I've not done that one yet.
So what other films have you done?
So the latest one was, I've called it the radicalization of the Skywalkers. So you can actually, if you watch the particularly episode 4, which obviously was always bizarre when you first watched it, let's start with episode 4. That's the place to start. So episode 4, A New Hope, I think it's called. Yeah, I mean, if you watch the way that the Alec Guinness Obi-Wan Kenobi character recruits Luke, if you actually watch that, and I spend quite a bit of time talking about that when he meets him in the desert, he takes him back to his place, and at that point the lies begin and the recruitment starts. Don't get me wrong, I love Star Wars, and I root for the Jedi, of course I do, but actually what he's doing there is kind of classic cult recruitment. He's telling him half-truths, not giving him all the information, appealing to his he's got wanderlust. He's a young lad, basically on a living with his relatives. He's bored. He wants to find excitement, and he's trying to find meaning and purpose in his life. And that is often when cults do recruit young people. That's why they hang around universities and so on, because often young people are in that mode. They've just moved away from their families. They're thinking about what life is all about, perhaps disillusioned by what they've been doing, and this wise old man starts to tell him stories about his father and the adventures that he could have, and a lot of the techniques there are there. And then when we see the sort of other side of that, the Anakin recruitment, actually, if you look at those two side by side, particularly when the Sith Lord, what's his name? Sidious, isn't it? When you see him talking to the young Anakin there, you can see the parallels there. Actually, it's very similar again. You've got the same sorts of things, telling him half-truths, using the fear of losing his the love of his life as the lever. Living forever was actually the thing that I used to try and encourage people when I knocked on people's doors become a Jehovah's Witness because you can live forever in paradise. That was the carrot that we'd wave in front of people. So yeah, it's a very, I think it's very interesting. So that's another one that I've done. The other one that's I think really worth mentioning is there's a film called Apostasy, which is a bit of an indie film, and probably not a lot of your listeners won't have watched that one, but I do recommend it. It's actually a film made by an ex-Jehovah's Witness about the Jehovah's Witness community and a young woman or a family, really, and some of the difficulties they're having. So that's a really interesting one. So that one is explicitly about a group. So yeah, that's the idea of the podcast, and I just need to get myself into gear again because it's hard. Obviously, watching a film takes time. I have to write notes, and I write a script, and then record the script, and then edit it. So there's quite a lot of work involved in that podcast.
That's a really interesting take, actually, the Star Wars one. I've not really thought about it like that. You're dead right. There's a parallel to what Lucas was trying to say. He based the Rebels on the Viet Cong, essentially. So the Empire is supposed to be America. So yeah, you can totally see how the for want of a better word, indoctrination, trying to get people involved in a cause. You can debate as to whether the cause is worthy or not. But yeah, that's a really interesting take on it.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the we just kind of accept that the younglings are taken away from their families and raised in an institution. That's we know that because that's where Anakin goes and slaughters the younglings. Well, what are they doing there? They're basically taken away from their families. And that's I understand in the wider context that there are actually Jedi masters who are specifically tasked to go and find gifted children with where the Force is strong with them, and so is that okay? Is that justifiable to basically? I don't know if they kidnap them or however it's done. Sounds it doesn't sound like the best thing to do, does it?
It's like intergalactic Chinese gymnast recruitment.
Yeah, it's very much like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no wonder Anakin becomes the basket case he becomes. He's dragged away from his mum, and he doesn't get to see her. So yeah, I think there's actually once you start looking, there's more and more, and we're told about the Force, and there's some evidence that this thing actually exists. But some old man said to you, there's this force that pervades the universe, and you can learn to control it. What would we call this? I think we'd call it a dangerous call.
There's certain things you're not going to be able to tell your parents about this training.
Yeah. And the other thing that always makes me laugh is like Obi-Wan goes into this box and says, I've got something for you, Luke. And he pulls out this lightsaber and he says, your father told me to give this to you. And who believes that? Who actually believes that as Anakin, he's fighting Obi-Wan? They're just in a death battle, which we know now happens. What, just before he burns himself half alive, he says, oh, by the way, that lightsaber that's at home, I want you to give that to a son I don't even know I've got yet.
Yeah, it is a bit of a plot hole, isn't it?
Well, it's a lie, isn't it? It's a way for him to drag this young man into a cult, essentially.
That's interesting, actually, thinking of it's not a plot hole at all, it's just a lie.
It's just a lie, yeah. And of course, your father, Darth Vader, murdered your father, is what Obi-Wan tells him. Well, we know that's a lie. And this whole, it was true from a certain point of view, nonsense just doesn't cut it for me. It's just another lie.
Yeah, you know what? You're painting Obi-Wan as far more sinister than I had previously considered, but it works.
Do we have any other recommendations, other films?
Yeah, what films do you like?
Okay, I mean, I love films. I love all sorts of films. What have I watched recently that I really, really liked? I mean, I also love television. I'm really into all the series at the moment. I think television is in a golden age at the moment. So I know it's always nice to criticise, but I think there's so much great telly around. Films, movies. What am I really? Well, strangely, obviously, we're going to talk about Kubrick a bit today, aren't we? But I mean, 2001 has always been one of my favourite films. I absolutely love that film. I have always loved it, even when I watched it as a child. I was the only one in the family that actually liked it. Everybody else was going, "What's that rubbish?" I don't understand that. And I watched it on a black and white television around my granddad and grandma's. So obviously the effects are not going to be there, but I was fascinated by it. Didn't understand it. I'm not sure I still do, but loved it. So I'm a big sci-fi fan. I love that sort of thing. I mean, Dune, I suppose. I'm a great fan of the books. I've read all the books and actually really enjoyed the miniseries that most people forget about, really, because everybody talks about the early movie, which is a bit pants. But the old miniseries, which was 3 series, was actually quite good. And obviously the latest film, the Villeneuve movie, is fabulous, as you would expect from him.
Yeah, I think it's really, really well done.
Yeah, superb. So yeah, that's a big favourite. Arrival, that's another big favourite of mine. Yeah, that's another great movie. I think another one I watch over and over again. So yeah, they're my top I can think of at the moment.
But you, Neil?
My favourite film of all time is called Glengarry Glen Ross. It's a stage play by David Mamet. It's about real estate, or the people that are trying to sell land, like salesmen, basically. It sounds terrible, but it's actually really, really good. And it's worth it just for this one rant that Al Pacino does at the end to Kevin Spacey. So that's my favourite film. I like Taxi Driver a lot. I really, really enjoy Taxi Driver. And Goodfellas and the Godfather series. And this is Spinal Tap. I can sit and watch This is Spinal Tap over and over and over and over again. But I like a lot of films. Like I studied film at uni, so what my friends will tell you is I like bleak films. Anything that's really bleak, that you're going to come away feeling like you've been kicked in the stomach, like Requiem for a Dream, Last Exit to Brooklyn, or something like that, or Naked, or Nil by Mouth, or The War Zone, like films like that. Like I've watched a few films that my friends have literally walked out of. I'm not watching this anymore. This is disgusting. So take of that what you will.
Well, I'm a lot more easily pleased. Like,
what are you into?
I like almost anything. Like if it's a 5 out of 10, I'll give it an 8. I'm like, yeah, man, I enjoyed that. That was fun. Anything I can just eat some popcorn to. But no, my proper favorite films altogether is like The Fall by Tarsem Singh, Interstellar. I absolutely think that is an incredible sci-fi epic. Bronson, about Charlie Bronson.
Yeah.
Kind of dives into his schizophrenic mind. It's so well done. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind as well, another one that I absolutely adore. But my favorite film, The Lego Movie.
I love the Lego Movie.
Oh,
I love the Lego Movie.
It's just fantastic. There's so many layers, but I don't know if I'm doing a room 237 with it and just finding all these different spiritual layers to go with it. But honestly, I think it's this incredible Gnostic, mystic sort of telling of reality. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd love it.
Are you saying that Lego faked the moon landing? I mean, it's plausible. Like my mate watches the Lego. Not like he's got kids. Like he watches him with his kids. I didn't explain that terribly well. And yeah, he likes it. His kids obviously love it. Apparently, they're supposed to be really good. I haven't actually seen them, any of the Lego films, but apparently they are. There's quite a lot of like quite knowing gags in there and stuff, isn't there?
But it's much deeper than just the knowing gags. I mean, I actually asked for it for Christmas, and one of our friends bought it, and she said to my wife, she said, "Are you sure Stephen wants this?" You know, I don't have kids at home. It's just I heard about it, and I thought, yeah, you know, that sounds really good. I'm a big fan of Mark Kermode as a reviewer and Simon Mayo's show. I listen to that regularly, and they gave it such a great review. I thought, oh, I'm going to watch this. But yeah, it's really about. It's really the heart of it is this idea of, you know, should you stick to the rules or should you wing it? You know, what's the best way to live your life? Is it to be conforming to what the world's society tells us to be like, or actually is the right way to be just, you know, strike out on your own and do your own thing and just be creative? And it's that tension between those two things, which is brilliantly done, because of course Lego is like that. You know, do you buy Lego and then follow the rules and make something that you're told to make, or do you just get creative and make anything or some sort of bizarre monster out of it all, you know? And that's a great idea for a movie.
That is quite zen.
Yeah.
It really is. It's deep, man.
Yeah,
it does somewhat go against like the extortionate prices that you have to pay for Lego. Like, you know, it's we're touching on Buddhist sort of like things here, aren't we? Which is fairly like, you know, I don't know where in the sort of it says £1,000 for a Millennium Falcon, but you know, maybe I've missed that bit.
Because you're supposed to go to a car boot sale and just pick up a box of them and make what you want out of them.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, actually. That is actually surprisingly clever. I like that.
It's good. You need to watch it. We go to holiday in the same place every year for a few days in North Yorkshire, a little town stroke village called Pateley Bridge, and they've got a shop there that just sells old Lego. Can you believe it? That's all they sell. It's so cool. So they found a little niche there, just selling old Lego packs. But yeah, when I was growing up, we didn't really do the. I mean, you bought little boxes sometimes, but mainly you just bought big boxes of bricks and did your own thing.
Cool. So I'm curious, right? In regards to your previous sort of life, did you ever sort of come across conspiracy theories, or how does that work in an environment like the Jehovah's Witnesses? Would somebody pop up and say, by the way, you know, Paul McCartney's fake, or he crash landed in Roswell in 1947, that sort of thing?
Well, I believe my assertion is that religion in itself, but particularly religion like Jehovah's Witnesses, is actually a conspiracy theory. So if you think about it, so we believed that the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one, says one of the scriptures we used to read a lot. That's Satan the devil. So Satan the devil is said to be an invisible being who was created but has rebelled against God, and basically he is a supernatural, invisible force that God didn't want him in the heavens, so he threw him down to earth along with his demons, with his mates, and they basically are responsible for all the bad things that are happening. So that's why when Jesus prophesied about wars and earthquakes and famine and stuff, all of that is because Satan, the devil, was thrown down to the earth and he's basically ruling the world. He is considered to be the ruler of the world. Therefore, everything that the world has to offer, and, you know, films, television, entertainment of any sort, business, even education, all of that is lying in the hands of the devil, and he's in control of all that stuff. Well, that sounds a lot like a conspiracy theory to me.
What about sort of like the sort of pop culture things? Did any of those ever sort of come into play, or like? I mean, I'm just trying to struggle. Would there ever be a scenario where you've got two Jehovah's Witnesses sat around discussing whether John Lennon was killed by the CIA or not?
Yeah, I think you know, some people would have an interest in that, and so yeah, you were able to explore some of those ideas, like the moon landing, for instance. I remember there's some talk about, whether the moon landing actually happened or not. And I was young at the time when that was first coming out, and so we did talk about that. So I think there is an awareness of pop culture. Jehovah's Witnesses they don't live in a compound somewhere that is completely isolated. So, we had TV, we could read books and so on. You're discouraged to do too much of that because, again, the world is lying in the power of the wicked one. So you're discouraged to have too much to do with pop culture, but it does seep in, so you are influenced by it to some degree. So it's something that that JWs would talk about. I think also when you leave, there are quite a lot of ex-witnesses who go down the sort of Illuminati rabbit hole, again, because I think partly because of that. I think there's two things there. One is that they have a suspicion of authority telling them what the truth is, so whenever they hear somebody say, you need to believe this because it's true, I think naturally, if you've grown up in a group where you realize eventually you're being lied to, then you tend to have a suspicion of authority. But I think also, as I mentioned about the way that Jehovah's Witnesses see the world, I feel like that's priming you to accept conspiracy theories later. So when you leave, you're still looking for all these connections to everything that will help it make sense. Actually, the world is chaotic. It has, of course, there are power differentials, there are networks of power, and all of that. I think we can all accept that. But I think what is attractive to it often is this idea that there's somebody behind it all who's pulling the strings. It's not actually chaotic, it's actually being done on purpose. And I think that sits quite well.
Yeah, so you've gone from one sort of like sense where basically the entire world's explained to you because of the doctrine or whatever, the religious text and that, and then all of a sudden you're sort of cast adrift. So it's attractive to go, right, at least I've got a grasp on this. The Illuminati is running this, the Freemasons do X, and the St. John's Ambulance assassinated or whatever.
I've not heard that one.
Well, they get around. Who would suspect them?
Yeah, I find this very, very interesting, especially with the being ex-JW, because there's a really famous conspiracist.
Mm-hmm. Who's that then?
Jordan Maxwell.
Was he? Was he?
Yes.
Why don't I know that? Really?
He was a Jehovah's Witness. It's something that he doesn't really talk about very often, but there are like 2 interviews where he talks about it.
Oh.
Him and his ex-wife basically were at Jehovah's Witness.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's very, very interesting. And we spoke before, Stephen, on your podcast, and I've heard like your story and everything. You actually kind of, when you left Jehovah's Witnesses, you did actually kind of go around the rabbit hole a little bit.
Yeah. So one of the things that I think that again for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses they start to look at the history of Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witnesses were started by a guy called Charles Taze Russell in the mid 1800s, who there's a fair bit of kind of iconic imagery in some of the literature that can be pointed at and say, "Oh, look, that looks Masonic," So you do have some of the Masonic sort of symbols. And in fact, when he died, they've literally only recently taken it down. But when he died, Russell was buried, and he had a sort of big pyramid shape. Well, literally a pyramid. Where he was buried. So he was interested, and in fact, he and a lot of the guys who were doing this thinking at the time, these sort of millennialists and Adventist people, they thought that the Great Pyramid of Giza, the measurements in it, all the shaft measurements and all of that was another way to prophesy the end of the world, when the end would happen. So what these guys do is they look at prophecies like in Daniel and Ezekiel and Revelation and so on. And of course, there's lots of numbers in there, lots of imagery, lots of symbolism. And they try and interpret what those mean. And they did all this work in the 1800s, and they calculated that the end of the world would come in, I think first of all, they said 1874, something like that. ultimately it was 1914. And then it was 1918, and then it was 1925, and so on and so on. But all of these were based on calculations from the Bible. But Russell thought there was also the same sort of thing going on in the pyramid. So if you measured this shaft and multiplied it by X, carry the one, and before you know it, you've got a prophecy to when Christ is going to return. So Russell was steeped in all of that. He believed all of that. He published that. So when I left, I was actually what I was trying to do was I was trying to prove it to myself that it was true. So that's what I actually did. I wanted to believe it because all my family, all my friends, everybody I knew were Jehovah's Witnesses, and I wanted to stay in that community, but I was struggling to believe it. So I thought, well, I'm going to take some time out and I'm going to really look at this thing in the face and say, right, do I believe this or not? And so when I started to do that, I started to look in different places, and I found a couple of old books in a bookshop written by a guy called Morton Edgar. And it was all about pyramids, and it was all about how the pyramids foretold the end of the times and all of that. And it really echoed some of the stuff that I'd believed in as a Jehovah's Witness. So I started to go down that little bit of a rabbit hole, I think, really to try and find another way of proving to myself it was true. Gradually, I started to realize that I really didn't, but I was still interested in this pyramid stuff. So I started to buy a magazine called The Quest for Knowledge magazine. If any of your listeners has any of those old copies, I'd love to see them again. I chucked one away at some point, but and I actually wrote a letter in there. It was published, and I've never found it. But I started to get really engaged in all of that. So the Graham Hancock stuff, Fingerprints of the Gods, and obviously the Chariots of the Gods stuff. Robert Bouval and John Anthony West, all these ideas around ancient civilizations who essentially were, I suppose, helping us, telling us things about, I suppose in some respects it's like an echo of the 2001 story, Space Odyssey. In some respects, the idea that our civilization was helped and seeded by another. So I went to a conference down in London where it was all people like me, who were interested, and we were trying to push for the expedition to go underneath one of the pyramids to find the Hall of Records, which was this idea that if we went and found this Hall of Records, we'd have proof of this ancient origins. So yeah, I did get into that, but over time I started to realise that it's a great story. Make a film of it. In fact, they did, Stargate, and great fiction, but there wasn't enough evidence for me. So yeah, I did dabble. I think what saved me was this belief in the scientific method. So whilst it sounded sciencey, and if you watch Ancient Aliens on TV, they often sound sciencey until you say, okay, where's the actual evidence for that? And that's where it starts to fall over, isn't it?
Yeah, I dabbled very hard in all that stuff. Zechariah Sitchin and Eric von Daniken, Graham Hancock. These were some of my favorite authors at some point. Yeah, just love digging into that history, I guess. Awesome. I think we should get into this conspiracy theory then and find out, did Stanley direct the moon landing?
Right. Well, the conspiracy theory is that Stanley Kubrick faked the lunar landing, specifically the Apollo program, the very first Neil Armstrong one. The footage that we've seen, according to the conspiracy theory, is not real, and that goes for the film, that goes for all the photographs. And everything. And the reasons for this will be discussed, but they change. Some people think that basically going to the moon is impossible and there's no way that they could actually do it. Some people think that they did actually go to the moon in one way or another, but that it was impossible to get good photos, or they couldn't actually show what really went on the moon because either aliens or alien technology or something like that. So the main proponent of this theory is a chap called Jay Weidner. The first sort of time that he spoke about this, or the first time that he publicised this was actually in 2009. And on his website, he wrote an article called Secrets of the Shining, How Faking the Moon Landing Nearly Cost Stanley Kubrick His Marriage and His Life. And I was listening to an interview with him on High Side Chats the other day, and he claims that basically he'd always sort of been suspicious about this because essentially he knows about the secret space program. And just to explain what the secret space program is, it's advanced technology. Jay thinks that we got it from Nazis who may well have got it from aliens. So, you know, it's a bit of a hand-me-down, but like it's still pretty good, apparently. Now, what he suggests, we've got sort of back-engineered or far greater technology than we would want the public to know. So we've got saucer technology, anti-grav and stuff like that. And basically he says that with his knowledge of this, he was watching The Shining one day, and he actually just sort of came across this theory, suddenly sort of revealed to him the hidden meaning behind this film. And he says in his article, he says, at the time in 1980 when I first saw it, I didn't like it at all. And he's talking about The Shining. The way that Kubrick threw out so much of Stephen King's great source material and replaced it with a lot of things that didn't seem to make any sense. That really bothered me. And so, just so everybody knows, what we're talking about is the film The Shining. It's got Jack Nicholson in and Shelley Duvall and Scatman Crothers and various other people. It's the story of a man that goes to a hotel and is essentially driven mad by the ghosts that work there. Or they don't work there. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do.
They've always worked there.
They've always worked there. This is one of the things that the film stubbornly refuses to examine the financial recompense of the ghosts within the Overlook Hotel. But, you know, that's just Kubrick. He was a bit off like that. So anyway, it's a Stephen King novel originally, and Kubrick adapted it for film, but he changed quite a few things. And this is one of the things that sort of first alerted Weidner to his idea that there might be something going on under the surface of the film, a hidden message that Kubrick is trying to convey. And he says, hopefully before I'm finished with this essay, the reader will see it is only when Kubrick dramatically alters the script from King's novel that we can begin to understand what Kubrick is trying to tell us in his version of The Shining. Kubrick was only using Stephen King's novel as a launching pad, excuse the pun, to be able to tell a completely different story under the guise of making a film based on a best-selling novel. He did this for a very important reason, mainly to save his life. And he goes on to explain that basically there are two main characters in the film, Jack Torrance and his son Danny. Jack and Danny are representative of two aspects of Kubrick himself. Jack is the practical, pragmatic guy who wants to be a great artist, and he's apparently willing to do anything to accomplish his goal. Jack, like Stanley Kubrick, has black hair. He is idiosyncratic, and he even smokes the same cigarettes as Kubrick, Marlboros. Danny, who's the son, is the other side of the great director. He's the childlike Kubrick, the real artist. The Danny side of Kubrick is psychic, youthful, and he sees things that no one sees. Danny also has a tendency to tell people things that should be kept quiet. Now, the opening of the film takes place with us witnessing Stanley's pragmatic side, Jack, cutting a deal with the manager of the Overlook Hotel. And this is what happens in the film. He's supposed to look after this hotel, which is left empty during the winter. And he thinks that's great because he wants to write a novel. And so this will give him plenty of time to just sit around and write his book. Now, he says that the manager of the Overlook Hotel is wearing red, white and blue. Jack's wife, Wendy, and the son, Danny, also wear red, white and blue for almost the entire film. And in this symbolic interpretation, the Overlook Hotel is America. It was built on the graves of Indians. Even when walking on the floor of the Overlook, one finds oneself trampling over various Native American symbols. And this is true. Like in the story, it's built on on a Native American grave site. And it's kind of suggested that maybe this might be part of the sort of mysterious, supernatural, almost like the land is cursed, or that they've disrespected the sacred land, and therefore, there's something malevolent that the land wants to get back at them.
Which is a very common horror trope.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not. Isn't there something similar in Pet Sematary? Like there's
Yes.
yeah, and Pet Sematary. That's got one of the best no's in any film ever. Like it's it's quality. Anyway, like America, the Overlook is new, shiny, it is ostentatious, corny, or architecturally boring. So he's saying that we have to understand Kubrick's story from his use of symbols. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, then a symbol is worth 1,000 pictures. Well, that's 1,000,000 words. So that's a lot, isn't it? Like, fair play.
Hyperbole.
Right. So anyway, the manager of the Overlook has an American eagle right behind his head, as if the eagle is the power behind the manager. Not only is the eagle the symbol of America, but also the lunar lander was called the Eagle. To the manager's right is an American flag, and symbolically, the manager is the face of the government. Jack cut his deal with the government to be the caretaker of the Overlook. The manager tells Jack his main job is to prevent the hotel, which remember is America, from appearing like it is decaying. Now that's a very interesting take. There's also something that Jay's actually left out. When Jack is being interviewed by the manager of the Overlook, he's in a room and there's a window behind him, and you can see this bright sunshine pouring in through, which means that basically, it's directly outside. That window shouldn't be there. Now, what Stanley Kubrick did to create a sense of unease with the viewer is he purposely made the layout of the Overlook Hotel impossible. It was all built in London on a soundstage, and you have doors that go nowhere. You have corridors that don't make any sense. You have people appearing from places that they shouldn't be able to get to. And all sorts of sort of inconsistencies that are on purpose. They're not like a badly designed set. They're there on purpose. So if there's a window, that window shouldn't be there because the office is encased by the rest of the building. So what perhaps could that window be saying? That this window is giving us an artificial look, a window into something that we shouldn't be able to see. Now that's an interpretation that Jay didn't actually use, but I think that's fair. So, Stanley Kubrick, Jack, has cut a deal with America, the Overlook Hotel, to do something, to stop it from decaying. And in exchange for that, he gets creativity, or he gets the chance to write. But Jack is not writing. Instead, he's throwing a tennis ball at the wall of the room where his typewriter is. And on the wall, which is struck by the ball, is the Native American motif that looks suspiciously like a group of rockets about to be launched. Jack throwing a ball at the rockets, arrows, and he points out that arrows are representative of Apollo, who was a god of archery. And so essentially, by throwing the tennis ball at the walls, Jay Weidner is saying that this is symbolic of Jack Torrance playing ball with Apollo's arrows. So this is obviously a representation of the Apollo mission that is sort of hidden there. Anyway, so then there's the shot of Danny and Wendy in the maze, and it's an overhead shot, and it shows Jack looking at his wife and son wandering around the maze. And this is apparently, according to Jay, indicative of the bind or the trap, essentially, that he's put his family in due to the deal that he's made with America. What he's saying is that one of the main sort of plot points is that the Overlook Hotel is in winter. It's like, it's surrounded by snow. That's why he's there, to keep the boiler going. So that basically you've got to keep the boiler going so it doesn't freeze, but also you've got to watch it so it doesn't blow up. You can't just leave it. And that's a bit that's actually taken out of the film, but is a main plot point in the book. But apparently, according to Jay, the winter represents the Cold War. And this is further sort of elaborated on by basically saying that there's loads of bears everywhere. There's like a bear rug. There's bears that Danny's sort of seen next to. There's famously a man in a bear costume giving fellatio to another man. So, symbolically, the bears seen throughout the film are representative of the pressure that Russia put on the USA to get to the moon. They had to fake the moon landing and cover up the flying saucer craft that the USA had used since WW2. So, again, this is the point. Like, Jay thinks that we did actually go to the moon, but we used back-engineered alien or Nazi technology that's just incredibly advanced, and they can't reveal that. So they had to fake the moon landing using all this knackered old tech and make it look silly and make it look sort of like, artisan, so to speak, rather than actually show what they could really do, because they're in the Cold War. Now, this is the main bit. When Danny is playing with the cars, and he's that famous shot where you look down on him and he's on the horribly garish carpet, and he's got loads of cars around him, and he stands up and he's got an Apollo 11 knitted jumper. And so what this is representative of is showing the actual launch of Apollo 11. So all the cars around him are supposed to be like around the launch pad, and as he stands up, it's supposed to show the rocket taking off. Where does he go then? Well, he goes straight to room 237, which is where he's been warned to stay away from. Now, in the book, it was room 217, and it was changed to room 237 on purpose by Stanley Kubrick. Now, what Jay says is that the moon is 237,000 miles away. And so Stanley, takes the rocket, the jumper, to room 237, the moon. So room 237 is supposed to be representative of the place where they faked the moon landing. This is the soundstage, apparently, where they faked the moon landing. So the real truth is that the movie is about the deal Kubrick made with America to fake Apollo 11. Danny is the artistic side of Kubrick. Because of the complexity of artistic realization of the manner in which the lunar landing needed to appear, Kubrick needed to trust his artistic side. Room 237 is the fake lunar set. Now, Kubrick told the press that he changed the room from 217 to 237 because the owners of the hotel, which was standing in for the Overlook, did not want customers shunning room 217. Therefore, he changed it to a number which is not in the hotel. And this is Jay Weidner. So I called the Timberline Hotel in Oregon and I asked for a reservation for room 237. And I was surprised when they said yes. I asked if this was a new part of the building, and I was told that the hotel had always had a room 237. So 237 has always been there. Spooky. Right. So remember that. He says that basically the Timberline Hotel has got room 237 and Stanley Kubrick lied about it. So when in the film, the first time that Jack encounters a ghost, he's in a bar, and it's a barman called Lloyd who tries to basically ply him with drinks. And the inference is that Jack Torrance's character is an alcoholic, maybe even that under the influence of alcohol, he had abused/hurt Danny in a fit of rage. It's implied that he grabbed him and threw him across a room. Now, there is actually a subtext in the film that something far more sinister is going on, but we'll come on to that in a little bit. When he's having drinks with Lloyd, that's symbolic of Stanley, i.e. Jack, selling his soul to the hotel, i.e. America. And this is at the same time that Danny is in room 237 being hurt. So, because 237 is symbolically the lunar set, Jack has to lie to Wendy. Danny didn't get hurt because of Jack. Danny is the side of Stanley that knew of the secret project, and somehow he got into a situation where the hotel or America hurt him. After this, Jack begins to go to hell physically. He's growing an unkempt beard and not combing his hair, as Kubrick was known to do. Now Jack is looking like Stanley Kubrick, especially as he began to appear under the stress of the twin productions, 2001: Space Odyssey and the fake Apollo 11 landings. Early 2001 photos show a youthful and unbearded Kubrick with combed hair looking quite handsome. Photos 4 years later, near the end of production of 2001, show Kubrick was a physical wreck. And so Jay's saying that basically this is symbolic of his own struggle, and it's shown there. One of the main bits of evidence is the all work and no play. Now, if people haven't seen the film, basically Wendy stumbles across Jack's novel that he's been writing for weeks now, and he's got a huge manuscript, and so she's eager to see what he's written. And when she actually goes over and starts flicking through the pages, they are all all filled with the phrase "all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy." Now, what Jay Weidner says is that all ALL is actually A11. So this is representative of A11 Apollo 11. So Apollo 11 work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, which is Stanley Kubrick. So basically he's putting out a cry for help symbolically hidden in this particular text. And the character of Wendy is apparently Christiana Kubrick, who somehow found out about the fake moon landing. And this is why when Jack comes back and starts threatening Wendy, he says, "Well, this is so typical of you. I made an agreement. I have obligations." And what that is Stanley Kubrick secretly saying that, I've made a deal. I can't back out now. Like, I've agreed to fake the moon landing. And regardless of what you think about it, I have to go through it. Now, Danny uses The Shining then to contact a guy that worked at the hotel called Dick Halloran, who's in Florida. Now, Dick Halloran is played by Scatman Crothers. Florida is where Apollo 11 launched. And so this is, again, symbolic, according to Jay, of a reference to the moon landing. But Halloran basically gets on a plane and goes all the way there, walks into the hotel, and immediately gets hit by Jack with an axe in the chest. So it's the most useless rescue attempt probably in the history of film. It's really, really, really bad. And this doesn't happen in the book. Halloran is not killed in the book, or at least not in that way. So Weidner thinks that Kubrick told somebody about the moon and they died. And this is him telling the story of that tragic occurrence that, from him accidentally telling one of his friends. Now, the twins, the famous Grady twins, the two girls in the blue dresses that asked Danny to go and play with them, they're represented as twins in the film, but they're not actually twins in the book. Now, the previous caretaker who Stanley, Jack, is taking over from, went mad and killed his daughters with an axe. Now, Jay believes that this is representative of the previous NASA missions, which were called Gemini. Now, Gemini is obviously represented by twins in astrological signs, and so the twins, according to Jay, is symbolic of the previous Gemini program. There's also some other things that he sees. There's a picture in this essay of 6 crates of 7-Up, the popular drink. Now, Weiner says that basically, nothing is in this film by accident. So this 6 crates of 7-Up represents the 7 Apollo missions, 6 of which landed on the moon. So there's 6, but of 7-Up, meaning that 7 went up, but only 6 actually made it to the moon. And that's Jay's take on it in that particular thing. He then, later that year, put out a second expanded sort of essay on this called How Stanley Kubrick Faked the Apollo Moon Landings, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Lies. And that's a reference to Dr. Strangelove, which has the subtitle How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, which is about the atomic bomb. So Wine again, he says that he thinks that we did go to the moon, but we actually went with flying saucer tech. But Kubrick directed the footage that we saw, which was fake. He says that JFK knew of this tech and he was trying to get NASA to release it. And after JFK died, NASA decided to fake going to the moon rather than expose their technology and their advanced sources. And he says that we got it from Nazis. He doesn't say that we got it from aliens, but there is also a prominent sort of theory within sort of back engineering the sort of fields that potentially the Nazis got this advanced tech from aliens, or potentially through sort of certain occult means, because people like Goebbels was into various sort of runic magic and black magic, and they had various sort of symbols like the black sun and stuff like that. Anywho, but the reason that they couldn't reveal this, despite JFK's want to do this, was because of the Cold War and not wanting to reveal it to the Russians. So why did they ask Kubrick? Apparently what happened was he asked to use a B-52. A B-52 is a plane that's used as a bomber, and he wanted to use one of these in Dr. Strangelove, which is, as we say, is about accidentally launching a nuclear weapon that destroys the entire planet. It's comedy, but it is actually very good. And he was refused. He says, no, you can't use this B-52. It's far too new technology. We can't have you using it. And so what he did was he actually recreated one with special effects. And Weidner, and it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. He got it down to like the last detail, basically. And what Weidner postulates is that someone at NASA watched Dr. Strangelove, saw this, noted Stanley Kubrick's attention to detail and his ability to realistically fake stuff that, he'd done on a really small budget. So they reasoned, well, crikey, if we give him an endless budget, this looks like the guy that would be able to fake the moon landings. But also, and this is important, Weiner speculates that not only did they have his skill, but they also had a position to leverage to blackmail Stanley Kubrick. Now, Weiner speculates that Kubrick was blackmailed as his younger brother, Raoul Kubrick, was the head of the USA Communist Party. And so that could have been really sort of detrimental to Stanley Kubrick. Also, Weiner says that what he actually did it for, though, was exchanged for unlimited budget for 2001: A Space Odyssey and no interference in his film making ever again. And, Space Odyssey was a huge budget. It's 10 million at the time. So I think that's about 110 million in today's money. So not to be sniffed at, certainly. 2001 began production in 1964 and it was released in 1968. And the Moon Apollo program, mysteriously and coincidentally, also started in 1964 and the moon landing was in 1969. Now, what Jay Weidner points out is that Frederick Ordway was a consultant on 2001 and he also worked for NASA and the Apollo program. So why was Stanley Kubrick having people who are working directly with NASA's Apollo program coming in and advising him on a film? And yes, that's considered very, very suspicious by Weidner. There was also a gentleman called Harry Lange, who was also worked for NASA, that was also helping Kubrick on the set as a technical advisor.
Yeah, it's a good question, really. Like, why does he get special treatment over any other directors out there?
It is a good question. It certainly requires an answer. Like, Kubrick wasn't like a brilliantly well-known director at that point. He'd done Spartacus, he'd done Paths of Glory, he'd done a film called The Killing, he'd done Lolita. And he's well respected and stuff like that, but he certainly wasn't considered the genius auteur that he came to be. I mean, you could certainly see the talent, but yeah, that's a very, very fair question. Now, Weiner proposes that one of the main techniques that he used to fake the moon landing was something called front screen projection. Now, front screen projection is where basically you angle a camera and you basically shine almost like a movie projection on a backdrop. And this backdrop is made of loads and loads of glass beads. And so it catches the image and it looks like it's behind it. So it gives what's called an artificial scale of depth. So if anyone's seen 2001: A Space Odyssey, in the Dawn of Man section, which is the bit where all the apes find the monolith and learn how to use weapons and fight with a leopard and stuff like that. Only a small part of that was actually the set. The bit where they're on the rocks at the beginning, at the front of the screen, that's actually a soundstage in London. Everything behind them is a projection, is a front screen projection, and it's actually pictures that were taken, I think, in Namibia, but I may have got that wrong. But essentially, they took these photographs, and actually still photographs that are projected behind, and it gives the impression that there's a huge landscape there. Also, what it does is it allows you to have focus in different parts of the thing that wouldn't be easy to achieve in lens, essentially. So it makes the entire scene look far, far grander than it actually is. Now, one that everybody's seen, an example of front screen projection, is in old cop films where they show somebody driving and they've got a fake background. For example, like if you've not seen that, you know, an airplane where they're driving back and there's all the silliness that goes on behind them and stuff like that. That's achieved doing front screen projection. The car is stationary, the actual the background is moving, and that's what gives the impression of motion. So why does Weidner think this? Well, he says that the depth of focus and the apparent lack of out-of-focus moon pictures shows that it must be a fake background, because they're just too good, the pictures that were taken from the moon. And he's talking about both the films and the film footage, and also the pictures. Now, what he shows, right, is that if you get a pen or anything like that, you can find where the horizon ends. You can look at the moon landing photos, all the pictures that we've seen of them mucking about, and you can actually see where the horizon ends. And then all of a sudden behind that is a completely different texture. And so the background looks like it's been imposed on. And you can do this to a surprising amount of lunar photos. All you need is just take a white pen or whatever, and you can figure out there's a bit where basically there's the foreground is distinct from the background. And particularly if you put the white line over, it really does look like there's something fishy going on.
And if anyone's confused about what we're talking about, go to our Twitter page and you'll see the pictures in a thread.
Or you can go to Jay's actual article, How Stanley Kubrick Faked the Apollo Moon Landings and How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Lies, which will also be linked in there. And he shows various examples of these photographs, which basically have a false horizon. Also, Weidner references a gentleman called Richard Hoagland. Now, Richard Hoagland might be familiar to some people. He's the chap that spotted the so-called face on Mars. And also the pyramid structures in Cydonia, which is also a locale in Mars.
Yeah, he's the guy I wrote my letter to.
Oh, yeah.
In the Quest for Knowledge magazine.
Really?
Yeah, and he replied to me with some... he at the end of it, he said, "I'm sorry to have, destroyed your argument," which was quite an arrogant thing to say, because he hadn't at all. But anyway, yeah, carry on.
Fabulous. Well, what Richard Hoagland, as well as the face on Mars and the pyramids on Cydonia, and allegedly, he claims, being one of the first person to suggest that there might be life in the lakes of Europa, which is a moon. He also came up with this idea that basically there are glass structures on the moon, or that the moon is inside some sort of giant dome. How he came up with this is he's got these pictures and he turned up the contrast, the NASA photos, turned up the contrast, and he saw all these sort of, for want of a better expression, like striation marks in the sky, like weird sort of like lines that indicate that there are structures there. So he took it to be that there must be some sort of giant glass dome covering the moon, or some sort of buildings that are right in the background, and NASA's turned down the contrast so that Joe Public doesn't see this. Now, Weidner doesn't believe this. He thinks that the photos that Hoagland has got are real, but what it actually shows is stitching in the Scotch light screens that were used to capture the front screen projection. So if you remember, I said that they were all glass beads. Basically, they only came in like quite small bits. And so because Kubrick was doing 2001 on such a massive, massive scale, he had to basically sew a load together to make almost like a quilt of these Scotch light material, which he dangled behind the set and projected something on. But what Weidner thinks that he's noticed in the Richard Hoagland pictures is not indication of a glass structure. This is actually the stitching that shows the where the Scotch light is, and it's a compelling argument actually, because you certainly can see these patterns that appear, particularly in the dark portions of these pictures. Weidner also basically goes on to say that there's inconsistent shadows. Like that, basically, what he thinks that this shows is multiple light sources on set. He says it must have been done on purpose, almost. He basically gives Kubrick an out because he's saying that Kubrick is kind of a perfectionist, and so he's like, well, why would there be an error? And he's almost sort of suggesting that even at the time, Stanley put like a sort of an Easter egg in there, which is the incongruent shadows, to let those who know that, yeah, there's something fishy about this. You really shouldn't take it too seriously. Now, Weidner basically says that the president of the MGM had never ever seen a rough cut of 2001. This is particularly odd, particularly as Jay Weidner says, as this was the most expensive film of all time. And so what he's saying is that it looks to him, because the CEO didn't see a rough cut, that the film was kind of hidden from everybody until it was actually released. And the reason for this is because of NASA's involvement, and even MGM couldn't be privy to this. Jay goes on. He then made a film in 2011, which is essentially basically these two articles in film form, but there are certain things that he has elaborated on. And this was called Kubrick's Odyssey, and this came out in 2011. And he says that one of the main sort of bits in this particular film is that he says that if you look at all the Apollo 11 footage and you speed it up 150%, it looks like the actors. Freud. It looks like the astronauts. It looks like the astronauts are walking normally or bouncing around like tits, but essentially like, in normal gravity. And so what he thinks has done is essentially they've overcranked it. They've done too much film and then slowed it down by 150% in order to give the impression of weightlessness or 1/6 gravity. And again, that's just quite interesting. Like, it certainly does look strange when you speed it up 150%. It kind of looks weird. Like that, like there's people just mucking about, and then it's been artificially manipulated afterwards. Now, Weidner says in the film that he remembers seeing 2001 in the cinema, and that it vividly, it had a thank you to NASA in the credits, which he says has suspiciously since been removed. And this is to hide the connection to NASA. I watched it the other day, and there's certainly no mention of NASA in the credits. Now, room 237 in The Shining, if we remember, that has a key fob on it. And the key fob on it says in capital letters, room, and then it says capital N, small o, to represent number 237. Now, what Weidner says is that if you take the letters in room number 237, you can actually alter it to say moon room. The letters in it could be, you have to double sum up. So it doesn't work perfectly, but it wouldn't, would it? Because, that would be giving the game away. It's got to be subtle, Like, Kubrick's life was at stake here, man. Come on. So that is one of the sort of big bits of evidence that Weidner says proves it, basically. Like, moon room is showing that 237 is indicative of the moon landing being faked. And when he goes into room 237, he sees a beautiful naked woman, and he kisses her, and she slowly turns into a rotting old woman. And Weidner says that this is a metaphor for faking the moon landing, because it seemed like a good idea at the time, like he was going to get something fabulous, and it turned out to be rotten. And I was particularly annoyed by that, because I'd already sort of done that as one that he'd missed in his previous essay, and then he bloody well went and did it in the film, didn't he? So I'm not as clever as I think I am. So, when he's trapped in the pantry, Jack is next to some boxes. He's surrounded by food, and he's been trapped there by Wendy Christiana. Now, one of the boxes says Golden Ray. Now, it's spelled Rey, and I don't know what the product is. I think it's vegetable oil. But basically, Golden Ray is representative of the sun. The sun is Apollo. And also, there's a box right next to him that has 39000 on it. And Apollo, which we've seen is represented by the Golden Ray box, was launched from Launch Pad 39. Coincidence? Well, Not according to Jay. Now I think that's a bit like, that's a bit spurious. Well, right next to those two boxes is a box of a drink called Tang. Now Tang was like an orange drink, and it was a rival to like Coca-Cola and stuff like that. It's not really around anymore. But famously, Tang was one of the drinks that the astronauts took to Apollo. There's a famous bit in The Simpsons where Homer gets drunk and phones up NASA and starts complaining. And one of the things he says is, "Why can't I get no Tang around here?" And for years, I thought that was a reference to Poontang, which would have made that joke a lot more adult. Again, hello Freud. But anywho, at the end of the film in The Shining, in the ballroom picture, Jack has actually got a note in his hand, and this is true. If you look at it, he's got some sort of like note in his hand, and there's a guy behind him who's sort of reaching over, almost as if he's trying to sort of grab the note out of Jack Nicholson's hand. And Weidner says that that's what's in that note. Well, he's just explained it to you, the secret of the moon landing. Now, I could also point out that basically the photo is taken on July the 4th, which is obviously American Independence Day, which is another reference to the Overlook being America. Now, Jay points out that Eyes Wide Shut was released on July the 16th in 1999, which was 30 years to the day of the Apollo launch. He also says that Eyes Wide Shut was essentially the first time that Kubrick was not given this carte blanche. Remember, basically, he did the moon landing for unlimited funds and never to be messed with again. And Jay says that the film was edited by the powers that be because it revealed much about the Illuminati. So, the final bit with Jay Weidner, this was actually made into a film. And it's a very interesting film. It's a documentary called Room 237. Like, some people may have seen it. And it looks at different interpretations of The Shining. I believe there's three. One is that it's about the Holocaust. One is about that it's about Native American genocide by America, essentially. And then there's Jay Weidner's theory that the film is about the moon landing. And essentially, he basically repeats the same sort of arguments that he's put out already in his own film, but it's a documentary. But he does make one claim that is interesting. He says that if you call the Mount Hood Resort, which is the Timberline Hotel, which is where it's in Portland, Oregon, it's where the exteriors for The Shining were filmed. My mate actually lives quite close to it and continually sends me photos of him stood outside it to make me jealous. But if you call the Mount Hood Resort and you ask for room 217, you will find that there is no such room. So that's just not true. The statement is not true. So what? So Stanley was lying. So it's not the reason that he changed the room from 217 to 237. The reason he changed it from 217 to 237 in the film is that 237 represents the moon landing stage where it worked. Now, he's changed his mind here, Jay, because he basically said previously that 217 and 237 both existed. He's now claimed that basically Stanley Kubrick has fabricated this whole story, that 217 doesn't exist. So he's somewhat changed his story, but we'll give him a pass for now, and we'll come back to that in a bit. And the moon, the standard science textbooks say, and they still say, but now with lasers we've got a little better reading, but that the mean distance of the moon from the Earth is exactly 237,000 miles. So he changed this so you would understand that it's the moon ring. So that's basically reiterating that 237 is representative of the distance from the moon to the Earth. But he's changed his explanation as to why Kubrick changed the name. And he goes on to basically discuss his front screen projection idea, that basically the technique that was used in 2001 was very obviously used for the lunar landing photos. And he says that I've had Hollywood SFX people from the 60s to 70s who were front screen projection experts tell me that I've absolutely nailed the Apollo footage as being the result of front screen projection. And I actually listened to Jay on High Side Chats the other day talking about this, and he says that nobody's ever been able to debunk what he said about front screen projection or the Hoagland pictures. He says that no one has ever been able to show a reasonable explanation for what is dangling in the sky, which he says is the Scotch light stitching, and that nobody has ever been able to debunk his front screen projection. And in fact, when people have tried, they've actually ended up supporting his argument and making his argument stronger. So, challenge accepted. The next thing that shocked the interwebs about Stanley Kubrick was a video that turned up on the internet, and it's still widely available. It's called Shooting Kubrick by T. Patrick Murray, and it was filmed in May 1999. This was an interview with Stanley Kubrick in May of 1999, and basically, this guy, T. Patrick Murray, his dad worked with Stanley Kubrick, and so he trusts T. Patrick. I don't know actually what his real name is, but anyway, he's doing this interview, and it's supposedly just about his career and stuff like that. But all of a sudden, Stanley Kubrick says to the chap interviewing him that he wants to tell him the truth. And the truth is that essentially the 1969 moon landing was a fiction, and he filmed it with a budget of $3.2 billion. And he wants to confess this to T. Patrick Murray on the understanding that he doesn't release this interview until 15 years after his death. And I believe... I don't know actually when it did come out, but he may well have stuck to that. But Kubrick in it, he basically says, whilst I was making 2001, I was contacted by people from NASA, and I was blown away by the opportunity to make this film. The moon landing was total fiction with my help. And he says that the reason that he did it was because it was impossible. They tried to go to the moon, and they'd realized that it was just physically impossible. They couldn't actually do it. So in this interview, Kubrick is admitting that not only did he fake the moon landing, but that we've never been able to go to the moon. So not only was the first lunar footage fake, all of it was fake, and we've never, ever been able to go there. He said, I perpetrated a huge fraud on the American public, which I'm now about to detail, involving the USA government and NASA, that the moon landings were all faked, and I was the person that filmed it. And he also goes on to basically say, now this is definitely true, and this is one of the reasons that a lot of people believe that Stanley Kubrick may have faked the moon landing, because he got a lens called a Zeiss 50mm f/0.7. Only 10 of these lenses were ever made, and 6 of them were used on the NASA missions, the Apollo. Now, what these lenses do is they allow for incredibly sharp photography in low light situations. And so they're perfect for the moon, where basically you've sometimes not got great light sources, or you've sometimes got a completely illuminated light source. So it basically gives you the ability to capture images in these extremely extreme circumstances. Now, what Stanley Kubrick actually used these lenses for was in Barry Lyndon, which is a film set during the French Revolution, where he wanted to make it look realistic, and he also wanted to make it look like classical paintings. So he lit everything with candlelight, and the only way that you could capture that scene without it looking completely murky was with these incredible new lenses. But yet again, like we were saying, why did NASA approach this filmmaker and offer to help with 2001? Why is he being given these lenses? And Kubrick basically says in the interview, only 10 were made. They were designed for as a special order from NASA for low light conditions. 1 was kept by Carl Zeiss, who's the maker. 6 were used by NASA, and 3 were bought by me. And that's it's very interesting. Basically, that is certainly true. The Zeiss lenses were a thing that Kubrick definitely used. So maybe there's something to that. That's literally it. That particular video is out there. It's a 2-camera interview with Stanley Kubrick. And it appeared on the internet. The maker of it has never sort of explained it, really. but it is out there if people want to go and look at it. The next person that we found that was speaking about Kubrick was Bill Cooper. Now, some people may know Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper wrote Behold a Pale Horse, and he's a proponent of many theories. Like originally, he said that he was in the Navy, and he saw a subterranean, or he saw a UFO that basically like went underwater, and he was basically told to cover it up by his superiors. Throughout his career, he sort of changed his opinion many times. I think towards the end of his career, he suggested that aliens weren't real and that it was all a hoax to trick him into telling people about aliens when actually it was advanced military technology. He's also, I think, one of the most famous things that Bill Cooper talked about was his theory that the driver, whose name escapes me at the minute, was the actual assassin of JFK. And what he's done is he's slowed down the Zapruder footage, and it seems to show the glint of a gun in the driver's hand, and he turns round, slows down in the car, turns round, seemingly fires this gun at JFK, and then drives off once he realises that JFK is dead. And that was one of Bill Cooper's sort of big things. He eventually sort of died in less than auspicious circumstances. Essentially, got into a shootout with local sheriffs on his land. He ended up shooting dead a sheriff, and then he was killed in a gunfight, as far as I'm aware.
That is a common mistake. Sorry, Neil.
No, go ahead.
The agent didn't die. He got shot in the head.
Did he not?
But he didn't die.
Oh,
no.
Oh, right.
And that's where the confusion is. Obviously, because we were told he was shot in the head, we automatically assume that he died. But no, the agent didn't actually die.
Oh, well,
thankfully.
I stand corrected. Yes. I mean, it can happen. Tupac got shot in the head twice, managed to survive. So yeah, fair play. He did. Like, fair. Anyway, so Bill Cooper, the long and short of it is he feels that 2001, particularly the opening scenes, the Dawn of Man scene and the shots of space, are representative of what he calls mystery religions. And the sort of gist of this is that he believes that the elites, the Illuminati, the people at the top of the pyramid, they all study mystery religions behind, say, Freemasonry and behind even things like sort of Satanism and stuff like that. The sort of the true thing that they're kind of trying to sort of get people towards is mystery religions. And what mystery religions actually means is basically like there were sort of pre-Christian religions that sort of mashed together bits of different things. Some's Egyptian, some's Persian, some's Roman. And basically there were sort of cults that we don't really know a huge amount about that had sort of deity resurrection religions that predate Christianity. And Bill Cooper thinks that these are bad and that the elites secretly worship these mystery religions. And he says, when I first saw the movie 2001, I was amazed, awed to say the least. The entire scope of the movie was overpowering, and for the most of the people in the world was completely baffling. Most people who saw that movie did not understand from beginning to end what it was that they had experienced. But they knew, everyone who saw it knew that they had experienced something profound, that something had been communicated to the dark, deep recesses of their mind, which they did not understand, and indeed, which they were incapable of understanding. For you see, the movie was not meant for the profane, as most of us are called by the adepts or the initiates or the priests of the mystery schools. For that movie was a message to those initiates who were well versed in the symbology and the mystery religion and an ancient religion that is practiced to this day in secret. For it is the story of the entire human race according to the history of mystery religions of ancient Babylon. And so what he's saying is that basically the symbology of the monolith come down and the advancement of human beings ties in directly with mystery religions. It also kind of ties in with the concept of Gnosticism, The idea that basically human beings were imparted knowledge by some entity. I think in Gnosticism they believe it's Lucifer, but they don't think that's a bad thing. They take a different view of it to Christianity. Arthur C. Clarke it is sort of broadly understood that what he was suggesting was this was extraterrestrial, that the monolith is extraterrestrial. But Bill Cooper thinks that potentially there was something different going on here. He says, as the moon begins to come down with the world that was sinking to the lower part of the screen, behind it you saw the emergence of the sun. What you're witnessing was an eclipse of the sun, a partial eclipse, and as the light from the sun spilled across the edge of the moon, it took the shape of a boat, of Isis and the sun. Of course, for anyone who has studied, the Osirian cycle became Osiris, and the symbology was Osiris riding across the heavens upon a boat of Isis. And so what this is saying that basically it ties in with Egyptian sun worship and also Egyptian religions. When you see the partial eclipse of the sun, it makes sort of a crescent shape. That is the boat of Isis. And it is representative of the path that the sun takes during the day before the night comes in. I think Set was the death and also night, and Osiris and Horus was the sun, literally the sun, and Horus was where we get the expression for horizon from. And so it kind of ties in with sort of worshipping the sun as a deity, and that's certainly indicative of the symbolism that is shown with that eclipse. And it's also very, very sort of like interesting that, wow, these ancient people, it does look like a boat. I've never looked at it and gone, oh, it looks like a boat, but these ancient people have manufactured or concocted an entire sort of, narrative around it, which is fascinating. But he says that this signified, of course, the creation of the universe and of the world. And what we saw next was a barren plain, nothing growing, barren rocks, barren desert. And then we saw the sun beginning to rise in the east over the horizon, signifying the birth of the world. Now, the sun travelling across the heavens did not, of course, signify a day. It signified an age. An age, dear listeners. And then we see primitive man in the form of an ape, mingling amongst the animals, neither harming the other, living in a state of innocence. And you saw man only eating plants and roots. And you saw that even when the animals and the man were in competition for food, no one was injured or hurt. But there was a display of waving in arms and yelling and grunting until one or the other moved away. And the significance of this was the age of innocence, when man lived in the Garden of Eden, innocent, with the animals. It was a vegetarian, and the sun progressed farther towards the west. We saw man begin to retreat into, symbolically, the womb, caves, basically. So what he's saying is that basically he's showing kind of the evolution of man, which it is, obviously, but he's saying that there's actually a lot of symbology that could be tied to sort of, I mean, that's Christian, but this is sort of the point that the mystery religion sort of took and picked bits of Christianity, bits of different ones, and sort of kind of molded them together to make their own sort of, religions, which are, as the title suggests, a bit of a mystery. It's basically during the process you saw the rock formation in the shape of the male organ, the penis, which was the symbol of the mystery schools of the generative force of creation. And I'm not sure actually whether he's referring to the monolith there, which I think he is, or just a general rock. If it is, I haven't spotted it. So I'm assuming the monolith.
No, I think he's saying that the monolith represents an obelisk and the obelisk represents a phallus, basically. So he's interchanging it.
No, that's perfectly fair. And then what happened in the movie? Towards the dawn, you heard the humming of bees, millions of bees. And the beehive and bees were a prominent symbol in the mystery schools. It signifies societal cohesion, industry. Not the industry as you may know it in the manufacture of cars, but the industry working together in societal form. And as the sun again began to rise up in the east, signifying the dawn of the new man, the audience beheld an obelisk, a monolith in front of the cave, or the womb, from which the apes emerged, and it appeared that the humming of the bees was emanating from this block of stone. Now, notice I said three words: monolith, obelisk, and stone, all of which are significant symbols in the mystery religions. And so you watched as the ape milked about in great excitement, and one encouraged by another, signifying Adam and Eve, one encouraging the other to to have the forbidden fruit, until he actually reached out and touched the face of the stone, and he was imparted intellect. Now, most people that I know attributed what happened to some sort of extraterrestrial force, and they were receiving the esoteric interpretation, or that which is meant for the profane, those who were not illuminated and cannot understand what it is they were seeing. But for the initiated, what they witnessed was the creation of the world by God and the impartation of knowledge to man, the forbidden knowledge by Lucifer through his agent Satan. And I'm assuming this is also why the monolith is black, because, Satan loves himself some black get-up. Now, for in the religion of the mystery schools, they believe that man was held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust and vindictive God, and that man was not told by this unjust and vindictive God that he could have the same powers, and man was actually set free from the bonds of ignorance by Lucifer through his agent Satan. So yeah, again, this is kind of like not dissimilar to Gnosticism, which again, Bill Cooper is a Christian, and so these things are seen as anti-Christian to him and part of the mystery schools, and he strongly believes that the Illuminati is satanic or anti-Christian, and so these are sort of things to be worried about. And you notice that the portrayal of this was absolutely accurate, because the next thing that happened with this new gift, this intellect, and this original thought led to the murder of another human primitive being. And you watch in the symbology of the movie that the murder of Abel by his brother Cain, and you watched as he threw the bone up into the air, and the progression of the use of the gift of intellect led you to a space station spinning around the Earth, and then the story began of man's journey towards illumination. Now, he's actually a bit wrong there, Bill, because it's not a space station, it's a nuclear weapon. And this is a thing that most people don't get about 2001, is to show that a bone is a weapon, and throughout all these millennia of advancement, the best thing that we can come up with is a weapon. So it's a kind of sort of anti-war sentiment that's coming from Kubrick in it, but it makes Cooper's point that essentially it's the symbology of a weapon, and almost through violence is the advancement, the illumination. So to be fair, it still makes his point. But I know that many have been misled along this path and are worshipping the fallen angel that we now know as Lucifer. Many believe that Lucifer and Satan are the same. Many people believe that they are totally different entities, and that Satan is evil and Lucifer is not. But Lucifer rebelled against God, according to the Bible, and was expelled from heaven and flung to the earth to be master of the material world, the master of the earth. So again, that's explaining his particular take on his Christianity, basically. But he says in the movie 2001, the quest led them ultimately into space and then to the moon, where they were further imparted knowledge by Lucifer again in the form of an obelisk, the monolith, the stone, the penis. So yes, it's exactly what you interpreted. He also points out that how, if you progress the letters one forward in the alphabet, H became I, A became B, and L became M. And they're able to see that the symbol was the largest at the time when the movie was made, and the corporation was of the cutting edge of computer technology, IBM. And so what he's saying is he's kind of, again, this is indicative of like AI learning, and he explains it here, how he represented many things. He represented the atomic bomb, the hydrogen bomb, chemical warfare, bacteriological warfare, represented the state of the art of technology, where it became so complicated that no one man could be an expert in it, and thus might unknowingly participate in the building of technology which could destroy him, yet he only worked on one portion of it, which is kind of a reference to the grand plan of the Illuminati and how they're all basically like tricking everybody into ultimately destroying themselves by following Lucifer in Bill's concern. The message was that the new man will go into the future and the rest of us will perish. We will not be allowed into the future. If we are, it will be as a slave in slave labor until we are no longer useful, and then we will simply be exterminated. The message to the vast army of initiates, the mystery school, was that we are on the threshold of the new age. And into this, the new age will march only one man. It is the new man. It is the illuminated man. It is the man that is able to make the evolutionary jump to no more war, to no more rape, to no more pillage, to the level in the mystery schools known as 666. Now, that sounds kind of nice. No more war, no more rape, etc. But in the concept of Bill Cooper, the reason that's happened is because everybody who would oppose the New World Order is dead. So that's why there is no war. So it's not actually quite as as fun as it sounds. But what he's saying is that at the end of the film of 2001, where the aliens essentially keep Bowman in a human zoo and advance him, and they make him evolutionarily advanced to the point where he becomes what is known as a star child, and then he's supposed to go back to Earth and impart knowledge to knock on the next stage of human evolution. And in the original script, that space station that you saw at the beginning, which is actually a nuclear weapon, there's 6 of them. One's American, one's China, one's Russian, I think one's German, and one's French, and then there's another one. And the Star Child actually destroys those to, again, show that basically the evolution of man is to be at peace. But Cooper has interpreted that as a surreptitious nod to the mystery schools, that basically you're not going to be taken along with this. You're going to be on Earth when the illuminated men who go towards the stars, the sun, which is representative of the mystery religions, make that next advancement. So that's Bill Cooper's take on 2001. The final conspiracy that we've got is not really to do with 2001 per se, but it's connected. Because if you remember, Jay Weidner basically says that Stanley Kubrick was given carte blanche to do whatever he wanted in exchange for faking the moon landings and keeping his mouth shut about it. He was given carte blanche to do any film project that he wanted and have an unlimited budget, at least on 2001. And this was going hunky-dory for everybody involved until apparently he turned in Eyes Wide Shut, which was his final film. Now, the conspiracy theory, or the theory around it, is that the film shows sex magic rituals. And in the film Eyes Wide Shut, it's about a couple that basically go to a party and they flirt with other guests. They go home, and the wife, played by Nicole Kidman, tells the husband, played by Tom Cruise, that she'd considered having an affair in the past. She'd fantasized about leaving him and her child and running off with this naval officer. And this really throws Tom Cruise out, and he becomes obscenely jealous, and he spends the night wandering around, getting into all sorts of scenarios. He bumps into a prostitute, and he eventually goes and sees his friend who's playing jazz at a bar, and he goes with this friend to a secret cult orgy that is being held at a mansion somewhere, and it's a masked ball in which some sort of ritual is going on. He is exposed, and some woman sacrifices herself to save him. And then basically the rest of the film is about whether this cult actually was involved in it, in the murder of this girl, whether it is actually dangerous, whether he's, whether any of it is real. And it sort of intimates as well that maybe his wife, Nicole Kidman, might be involved in it in some way. But here's the thing. The suggestion was that this is representative of Illuminati. For example, David Icke famously said the orgy scene in Eyes Wide Shut is just the tip of the iceberg. This is exactly the sort of thing, but dialed up to 11, that goes on in Freemasonic halls and Bohemian Grove and various places like that. I forget the exact quote that he said, but he felt that it was really, really revealing. And there are certain other things in it that indicate potentially drugging, mind control. There's some models in it that are flirting outrageously with the Tom Cruise character, and they basically say, they offer him a threesome and basically say, we're going to take you to the end of the rainbow. And they mention the end of the rainbow a couple of times. And according to people that say Fritz Springmeier, they've suggested that rainbows are used in programming for mind control slaves as like sort of a trigger, something that would put them into a hypnotic trance or bring out a certain hypnotically induced personality in them. And there's other rainbows in the film. For example, there's a laundromat that's called Rainbow Laundromats, and in it, the character Village is pimping out his daughter, who also acts in a very sort of hazy, mind-controlled, hypnotic sort of way. So there's a few things like that basically have indicated that there's something deeper going on. Maybe talking about the Illuminati, maybe talking about mind-controlled sex slaves, maybe talking about the elites. And the theory was that Stanley Kubrick was forced to take a huge amount of footage out of Eyes Wide Shut and ultimately was murdered afterwards because it still revealed too much about what the elites get up to. Now, I didn't know. I'd heard this theory loads of times, and I didn't know who started it until doing a bit of digging, we found out. And you'll never guess who started this particular theory. It's our good old friend, Alex Jones. Now, Alex Jones was being interviewed by Sean Stone. Now, Sean Stone is actually Oliver Stone's son. And he had he may well still have it, had a show called The Buzzsaw. And this was in February 2016. Alex Jones, he bumped into Vivian Kubrick. Vivian Kubrick is the daughter of Stanley Kubrick. She actually sort of helped him out doing the soundtrack on Full Metal Jacket. And she worked with him. She lived with him. She was his daughter. And she bumped into Alex Jones at a rally. I forget exactly what the rally was about. I think it was, I don't know. I can't remember. But essentially, they all got beaten up by police there. And this, as often does, led to a friendship forming. So Sean Stone says, you interviewed Vivian Kubrick, Stanley Kubrick's daughter, and his films deal with apparently how things are run from the military side, from the space program angle, from paedophilia to mind control. So his final film, Eyes Wide Shut, did she portray it as to this was his insight into sneaking in of how he himself was the Cruise character observing this realm of high magic and sexual ritual? And as I explained, like basically the Tom Cruise character stumbles on this masked orgy where there's some sort of magical ritual going on, and so the suggestion is that maybe this was Kubrick revealing secrets. And Alex Jones says, absolutely, he exposed psychic powers with The Shining. He exposed ritualistic paedophilia, ritualistic sacrifice, ritualistic sex. He exposed humans challenging AI before going to the next stage of development. He exposed interdimensional gates. You name it, the French Revolution, he covered it all. Now, apparently, according to Alex Jones, Vivian Kubrick moved to Texas because she wanted to meet Alex Jones. And after finally sort of bumping into him, apparently, they went to dinner. Yeah, it might be a bit of an ego trip there.
His
but,
ego is so big.
Anyway, Alex said, and this isn't just his daughter, this is his protege. She kind of co-directed Full Metal Jacket, but she didn't want the attention. And it's come out that she was the only one of his family that he wanted to associate with at the end. And so what Alex Jones is saying there is that Vivian Kubrick has got the inside track. She was the only person. It implies that Stanley Kubrick disowned the rest of his family, fell out with them, and the only one that he was talking to at the time was Vivian Kubrick. Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that later. Now, Alex says that basically she was the chosen one by Kubrick, and she wanted to come to Austin to tell everything, like reveal absolutely all the secrets. But then, according to Alex, all sorts of weirdness happened. Now, Alex Jones doesn't describe it, but it happened not only to her, but it happened to him. Although he does intimate that there was a psychic attack on the Kubrick family house where a door was ripped off by a poltergeist or some sort of entity, but he doesn't really elaborate on it terribly much. So anyway, he says, my life changed big time when I met Vivian Kubrick. She filled in a lot of the dots, a lot of the puzzle pieces. She told me the whole 9 yards. Now, I don't want to get killed over this. She didn't give me specifics or names or any of it. But what I can tell you is her father was tortured by what he knew. Most of it was because he was highly psychic. Nobody's ever said that, but I was told this, and actually when you look at it, it's clear. So apparently, according to Alex Jones, Vivian Kubrick told him that her father, Stanley Kubrick, was psychic. He says that basically he exposed the reality of psychic phenomenon and ability in The Shining. And all of a sudden, the CIA and FBI turned up and asked him how he knew about this psychic ability. And AJ says that Kubrick was basically getting stuff right in Dr. Strangelove, down to the actual codes that were used for nuclear attacks. Because in the film, basically, they have to put in a code to release the nuclear bomb. And he says that he got the details of the B-52 bomber and everything absolutely accurate. And again, he exposed psychic ability through this film. And AJ says that was the true secret of Stanley Kubrick. He was putting out psychic visions. I can't really get into it, but she was talking about all the high weirdness. And he says basically the rooms are true. They cut 25 minutes out of Eyes Wide Shut. The system was really mad at him and he wouldn't compromise. Whatever he envisaged in that movie was so dead on that, well, he died. He was murdered. And Sean Stone basically says, so what does that 25 minutes involve? And Alex Jones looks a bit panicked, like he's not really thought about that. And Sean Stone sort of steps in and says, well, I mean, if you're allowed to say, because we don't want to get you killed, Alex, do we? And then basically, for some reason, Alex Jones then tells a story about how he was at a bank in Texas and he was approached by a woman from a defense contractor who he recognized but doesn't name. And she told him that one day he was going to be really, really famous because he tells the truth. And Alex asked this woman, he goes, well, what is it specifically that I've said? And she looked at him knowingly and went, you already know. And then she disappeared off into the night. And then I sort of like just drops in as well that Vivian Kubrick was also a clairvoyant. It sounds far-fetched, but she's obviously inherited this from her father. So, there you go. That's just how it works, apparently.
So Stanley is Jack and the daughter is Danny.
Well, no, the Danny is the artistic side of Stanley Kubrick.
I'm making up my own interpretation now. If everyone gets to make one up, I'm making one up.
No, fair enough. I mean, again, that might not be too far from the truth, to be quite honest. So, what do you think to that, Stephen? Then, are you convinced? Do you think that there's a fair theory going on there?
Just run it by me again.
Well, okay.
Crumbs.
In 2009.
Yeah. I suppose some of the things that you've said there, I recognise the sensibility in some of the over interpretation of things that happen. So I think there's some interesting bits that you've talked about there that I would like to go away and do a bit more reading on, a bit more research on.
We've done that for you, so...
Yeah. But I think so a lot of the overinterpretation is what you get in these sorts of ways of thinking about the world. So as you were talking there, it just reminded me a little bit of some of the prophecies that we would use in the Bible. I've already spoken about the kind of time prophecies that we would use to, in inverted commas, prove that the end times were here. And you find yourself going around all sorts of loops. So there's various prophecies. There's one in Daniel that's a dream of Nebuchadnezzar, and there's this big tree that he dreams, and then Daniel gives him the interpretation of this prophecy, but he uses things like 7 times will pass over it, and then we have to know what 7 times is. Well, what are these 7 times? Well, let's look at another part of the Bible that talks about 3.5 times. 3.5 times are equal to 1,260 days. So if we say 7 times, that's twice that. So that's 2,520 days. If we then count, let's have a look at another bit of scripture that talks about a day for a year. If we then, do you know what I mean? So what you're doing, you're saying, how can we interpret this thing that I'm looking at? And at that point, you can kind of take your pick, So in a way, what you said, Brent, at the end there, if everybody gets to have a go, and this is the problem. If okay, well, this is a symbol for that. Okay, well, it could also be a symbol for something else. So where's the evidence for that? How do we decide what it actually does mean? So overinterpretation of events, overinterpretation of even film, I think, is a danger. I mean, it's funny because I went to the Stanley Kubrick exhibition when it was in London a couple of years ago, and got to walk around some of the mock-ups of the sets and things. I sent a picture to Brent of me standing in front of that signs, how to use a zero as a gravity toilet. I sort of posed like our man in it. But it was kind of cool, and so I was really interested in all of that. And what you start to do is you start to watch the films in a very different way, and I'm not saying that Stanley Kubrick didn't fill his films with symbolism and so on. I think, of course, he did, because he wanted you to think about it. There's a lot of misdirection in there, I do believe, as well, to try and make you think there's something there when there isn't, and you get into a habit of doing it. So here's a weird thing that happened to me. So around that time, my daughter had just left university. She did a degree in media and English, and so we started up our little production company at that time called Evil Sheep, which is what we still use as the production company for our podcasts and stuff, and we make films and so on. And we actually did make a little film called Dissonance. And the film, it was kind of, the concept was a psychotherapist who essentially had no qualifications and had managed to scam his way into being a therapist, made a lot of money and become very popular. But his patients absolutely loved him. But he was a fraud. He was a complete fraud. This gets found out and he escapes, or he moves from the country. And then what happens is we interviewed all of his ex-patients, or a lot of his ex-patients, and they kind of improvised the interview. Now, bear in mind, there's me, there's my daughter, and there's another guy that was doing the directing, camera work as well. There's just three of us, and we spent a day in London going around to different people's houses doing these interviews, these mock interviews. So there's not a lot of preparation. We literally turned up with our gear, we sat them in front of the camera, and we did this interview. So unlike a proper film set where you're checking everything, you're making sure the background is absolutely right, you're making sure everything's exactly right. We didn't really have the time. Plus, we were amateurs, we were really just learning. But what started to happen when I was doing the editing afterwards, because I was in this mindset, I started to notice things like there was a particular interview with one of the guys, and there was a painting behind him of a kind of period piece of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I started to think, I wonder what that symbolises. And it was me that had filmed it, and I know there was no symbolism in that, but almost you start to see it when you know it's not there. You think, that could represent this. And, that kind of represents that. There's some birds, there's some crows in the background. What does that mean? And you start to see it everywhere. We talked about this on our podcast, this pattern recognition that human beings are so good at. We see it everywhere. We see a face on Mars. We see the man in the moon. And that's not just a visual thing. We look for patterns and we find them everywhere, and we try to make sense of what we're seeing. So I think a lot of what we're hearing there are these efforts to make sense of a complex world through telling a story that kind of knits it all together. Some of the details are really interesting. I'm not sure how I could, I don't know enough to be able to say, well, no, that couldn't have been done that way. But I think it's interesting.
Okay, so that was the Stanley Kubrick moon hoax conspiracy theory, popularized by Jay Weidner. Now, it's time to discover what exactly the truth is in this theory. Please flip the record over to side B for part 2. And welcome back to part 2, where we are asking, Did Stanley Kubrick fake the Apollo 11 moon landing? We've laid out all the claims in episode 1, so now it's time to examine the evidence. But first, let's find out a little bit more about Stanley himself.
Cool. Well, I think what's important to do first is just to quickly go over Stanley Kubrick and his career and examine some of his films to give an indication of like who he is and whether this is plausible, and then we'll have a look at all the theories as well. Stanley Kubrick, he was born in July 1928 and he was raised in the Bronx. One of the things that he was particularly keen on when he was young and throughout the rest of his life is chess. He learned chess at the age of 12 by his father. And his father also, when he was 13, bought him his first camera, his photographic camera. And he became obsessed with it. Like he was always a bright kid, like Stanley, but he was very sort of like driven. And there's a story that a friend of his at school basically asked him to do his homework for him. Like, could you do my homework for me? I can't be bothered. And he did it. And so he just kept asking him. He just kept asking him every single day, and then began to basically assume that his friend was going to do his homework for him. And his mate basically says, "Look, I'm not doing it. Why don't you do it? You're perfectly capable." And apparently Stanley Kubrick's answer was, "I'm just not interested in any of that." And so he was one of these people that basically, he could have been a brilliant academic. He just wasn't bothered. He was interested in chess, and he was interested in film. He particularly became obsessed with film later through Sergei Eisenstein. He did films like Battleship Potemkin. One of the sort of famous things that Eisenstein did was, I forget who he created it or popularized it, but the idea of a montage, like throwing different images together, not necessarily in a linear fashion, or taking sort of like time out of the equation. The best example of a montage, they're common now. When Rocky's training, or when someone's getting ready to kill a lot of people, and going through some sort of training, they'll do a montage and it'll be to some sort of squealing rock guitar. There wasn't that in the Eisenstein films, to be fair. That the squealing guitar does come later, but it was very, very influential. It's Eisenstein is one of these. If you're a film buff or you've done film study, you sort of have to watch it. So. And people should watch Battleship Potemkin because it's brilliant. There's a scene where basically this boat fires on the Odessa steps and a pram rolls down the hill. If anyone's ever seen, rolls down the steps. If anyone's ever seen The Untouchables, the scene with the baby carriage going down that Elliot Ness stops is based directly on Battleship Potemkin and that particular thing.
Yeah, you can watch that. It's the full film is on YouTube, or it certainly was recently. Celine and I did a little podcast about it going back a couple of years, so you can actually watch the full film. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! What did you think of it?
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it because we talked about it afterwards and sort of unpacked it. Obviously, Celine is a media student, so it was her that sort of wanted to talk about that. But yeah, it's really interesting to see so many of this is what I love to when you watch old films, you see so many of the things that become tropes, sort of done for the first time, and you think, well, wow, that's where it all started. It's amazing.
Exactly. And as I say, it was a massive influence on Kubrick as well. Now, what he was doing when he was younger, he was actually a photographer for Look magazine starting in 1946. And to sort of supplement his income, he would play chess for money in Washington Square Park. Washington Square Park is in New York. If anyone's ever seen the film Kids, that's the bit where they all go skateboarding and beat up that guy. It's in New York. He married his first wife, Toba Metz, in 1948, and they were actually high school sweethearts. But unfortunately, it didn't last terribly long, and they divorced in 1951. After which he met Ruth Sobotka in 1952, married in 1955, and they unfortunately divorced in 1957. Apparently, Stanley's not the easiest person to live with. It depends on who you hear, right? Because some people say that actually he's really lovely, dead gregarious, but just completely driven by work. And so in that sense, rather self-obsessed. but certainly not necessarily a cruel man. Although, as we'll find out later, he certainly had the capacity to be cruel to people. Now, he met film producer James Harris. James, whilst he was playing chess in Washington Square Park, and James Harris basically said of Stanley Kubrick, this is the most intelligent person he'd ever met. And he just was sort of really, really drawn to him. And they decided to go into business and form a production company. And this allowed for the making of his first full-length feature film, which is called The Killing. And it was released in 1956. I've not actually seen The Killing. I really want to. It's about a bank robbery that goes wrong. And it's actually a massive influence on Quentin Tarantino. And obviously Quentin Tarantino's first film was about a bank robbery. Actually, I don't think it's a bank, but it's a robbery that goes wrong, essentially. And it's told in a non-linear form with the use of sort of various sort of flashbacky type things before the reveal comes at the end. Apparently it's supposed to be very, very good. It's one of the few Kubrick films that I haven't actually seen. Later, he made Paths of Glory. This was made with Kirk Douglas. This is a fantastic film. It's an anti-war film about French soldiers in trench warfare in the First World War. And due to the impossibility of a mission where basically a battalion refuses to get out of the trenches because they know they'll be instantly killed. And so as punishment for cowardice, several of them are selected to be executed. And it's about the stupidity of war and about how decisions are made by people who don't have the first idea about what's happening and how people are used as pawns, and a little bit about class. And it's fantastic. I would recommend anybody watches it. After that, Kirk Douglas asked Stanley Kubrick to direct Spartacus. Now, Spartacus, a lot of people don't realise that, because Spartacus is one of those films that you used to like, oh God, it's on, my nan's watching it and it's Christmas. Like, I think everybody's seen it, but nobody's watched it, if you know what I mean. Like, and yeah, Kubrick directed that. It was, at the time, the most expensive film ever made. It cost $12 million, which is the equivalent of 112 million in today's money. Now, Spartacus was actually a bit groundbreaking because it had in it an overtly homoerotic conversation between Antonius, who's played by Tony Curtis, and General Crassus, who's played by Laurence Olivier. And it's about eating snails and oysters. And essentially, oysters is supposed to represent females and snails are supposed to represent males. And they have a conversation where they talk about the morality of eating snails or oysters. Essentially, they're flirting with one another. And this was at a time where homosexuality was still, if not illegal, absolutely frowned upon in America. So this was very, very bold and, for want of a better word, woke of Stanley Kubrick. It was an incredibly progressive attitude to have at the time, and more power to him. Laurence Olivier, funny story about Laurence Olivier. He was on the set of The Marathon Man, which was... it's got connections to the Shining because it was one of the first films to use Steadicam. And Dustin Hoffman plays the titular Marathon Man in it. And in it, he's basically pursued by Nazis. And so to give the impression that he'd been up and in a state of complete disarray for several days, Dustin Hoffman decided that the best thing he could do was stay awake for several days and not wash. And apparently turned up on set in a complete and total like shambles, like just twitchy and irritated and angry. And Laurence Olivier says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "Well, I need to give the impression of staying awake and being a complete and total shambles. So I've induced it on myself. I've like literally stayed awake for 4 days." And Laurence Olivier, who apparently was not one to take fools lightly, said, "Have you ever considered acting, dear boy?" And then walked off in a huff.
Not a fan of method acting then, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I don't mind it, but it depends whether it works, really, doesn't it? So I mean, there's some great method actors. For example, Robert De Niro in Taxi Driver was mostly method, or Daniel Day-Lewis, always method, and never turned in a bad performance.
Acting is performance art, and you can't tell people how to do art.
On the other hand, I think it is fair to say that Jared Leto in Suicide Squad was shit.
He was, but And I do not like Jared Leto, but he was absolutely amazing in the Dallas Buyers Club.
Yes, yeah, he was excellent in that. Do you know when the pandemic hit, he'd started off into the desert, and he'd done the Hollywood thing. He disappeared into the desert and turned off all his devices so that he was completely uncontactable. And by the time he came back, the country was in lockdown, and he didn't know anything about it. Fabulous. What are you going to do? His next film was Lolita, which came out in 1962. Now, in 1961, he'd already moved to London because he hated the Hollywood system and he thought that London's film industry was superior to New York. Now, Lolita, it's a black comedy, actually. I haven't seen all of it. I've seen half of it. I'd always been a bit scared, if I'm honest, to Google for it. But anywho, interesting. The story is about a grown man that has a relationship with a teenage girl. It's not. He's depicted as a sod in it. It's not like saying "way" or anything like that. It's it's not like a '60s pop song. It's quite. It says it's a bad thing. Anyway, interestingly, during the making of this film, the Sue Lyons was the teenager who played the part. She was excellent in it. She was 14 when the film was being made, and you remember the film producer James Harris, who formed a production company with Stanley Kubrick. Well, age 31 at the time, he started an affair with Sue Lyons, and this continued to the point where they even went to the premiere together, the premiere of the film, and it was well known that he was in his 30s and she was a young teen, and it was just one of these things that it was kind of frowned upon, but at the same time, it wasn't. And he's not a young looking 30. Like it's, it is very, very apparent that there's an age difference there, basically. I believe they fell out actually after that, him and James Harris. But a bit of a plus point, Sue Lyons in her later career appeared in the B movie, The Horror Alligator, where the giant alligator comes out of the sewers. So, something. I love that film. I think it's brilliant. And people should watch it. So, 1964, he made Dr. Strangelove, and this is where basically, like, he started to get his reputation for doing loads and loads of takes with people. But interestingly, both of the main actors in it, George C. Scott and Peter Sellers. Peter Sellers was essentially allowed to do one take, which was unheard of with Kubrick. But he knew that basically Peter Sellers, you got a good take or you didn't get a good take. He was an improvisational comic, and if you've got lightning in a bottle, don't mess with it, essentially. George C. Scott was the opposite. He was a classically trained actor, and he wanted to do it straight and tone it down, whereas Kubrick wanted him to be really flamboyant and sort of, comedic in his sort of take on the role. George C. Scott didn't want to do this, so they came to a compromise. Kubrick said, all right, let's do a silly take as a rehearsal, and if it works, we'll do it. If you don't like it, we'll just scrap it and you do it how you want to do it. And they did that throughout the film. And when George C. Scott came to the premiere and watched it, he was horrified to see that all his rehearsal takes, where he was acting silly, were the ones that were actually used in the final film. And Kubrick had tricked him, basically. So now we get on to 1968, or no, starting in 1964.
Up until now, I haven't actually seen any of those Stanley Kubrick films.
Have you not?
No, I haven't seen any of those.
Paths of Glory and Lolita are both available on archive.org because they've now come into public domain. So you can watch both of those there. They're really good. I've not seen The Killing, but I do actually want to get hold of it.
I do want to watch Dr. Strangelove next. That's the next one I want to watch.
Strangelove is amazing. It's one of these films that I was forced to watch by an older boy. Not in any sort of like, that sounded really sinister. Like, in as much as like a black and white film by Stanley Kubrick with Peter Sellers in, as a 16-year-old lad, it wasn't screaming out to me. I was like, can't we just watch Menace to Society again? But it is actually really, really brilliant, hilarious and poignant, and it's great. Going on to one of his next films. Now, this is one we're going into a little bit more depth because it basically explains some of the things that we're talking about in this. So, in 1964, released in 1968, 2001: A Space Odyssey. Now, the reason that he decided he wanted to do this because he wanted to make a realistic space film. He was actually fascinated by the concept of extraterrestrials, and he wanted to make a film that portrayed A, space travel, and B, the concept of extraterrestrials in a realistic sense, in a sense that people could go, okay, there's a scientific backing behind this. He was influenced by the film Universe, which was made by the National Film Board of Canada, and a film called To the Moon and Beyond, which was shown at the 1964 World's Fair. And so what he did was he actually hired the makers of this film, To the Moon and Beyond. It was made by a company called Graphic Films, and this is something that Jay Weidner and all the other people have missed. Graphic Films included Douglas Trumbull, and before they actually worked with Stanley Kubrick, the Graphic Films made films mostly for the US Air Force and for NASA. So there is actually a further connection to NASA within 2001 that Jay Weidner and various other people have actually missed. They just don't talk about this at all. He also collaborated with Arthur C. Clarke, who at the time was living in Ceylon, Sri Lanka. Why Arthur C. Clarke was in Sri Lanka is a bit of a touchy subject. I don't know. We might touch on it in a bit. Essentially, there's a suggestion that he might have enjoyed boys on the younger side and perhaps had to escape to Sri Lanka in disgrace. But that's never been proven, so it is nothing more than scandalous gossip at best. Anywho, Kubrick described him as a nut living in a tree. And they actually arranged to meet in 1964. This was one of the few times that Kubrick went back to New York. I believe he took the ferry because he hated flying. He was terrified of flying. Interestingly, when Arthur C. Clarke and Kubrick were stood at his penthouse in New York chatting about making the film 2001, they saw a UFO together. They actually genuinely saw a UFO together. Now, it wasn't an alien spacecraft. It turned out to be the Echo 1 satellite, which was a 100-foot balloon it was one of the sort of earlier types of satellites, I assume. But they basically thought that this was like a good omen, and they decided to make a film, and it was loosely based on Clarke's stories, The Sentinel and Encounter in the Dawn. Now, when they first sort of were making the film, the original title was going to be Journey Beyond the Stars, which is, let's face it, a shit title. But they sort of, in production terms, as a joke, they called it How the Solar System Was Won. And at the same time, basically, in order to make money for it, Clarke was to release a book at the same time. And they actually almost fell out about this because the film took so long to make that Clarke was sat on this novel, which he kept having to change because Kubrick kept changing the plot. And he was like, look, I haven't got any money. I need to release this book. And you keep telling me I can't release this book. And in the end, Stanley Kubrick ended up lending Arthur C. Clarke some money just to stop the pair from falling out, basically. Now, also originally, there were various sort of changes to it. Originally, Arthur C. Clarke narrated the entire film. It wasn't as confusing because Arthur C. Clarke essentially spoke his book alongside the film. The only problem was that Arthur C. Clarke was dull as dishwater, and apparently his speaking voice was terrible. And it's a long-ass film anyway, and it made it seem like good God, this is going on in perpetuity, basically. So he got rid of all of the narration and used classical music in the bits where basically Arthur C. Clarke was talking. And that's led to basically some of the most spectacular audio-visual shots in the world. So good take on that. Now, the monolith was originally supposed to be a pyramid, and it was supposed to be clear crystal. Then they changed it. They realized that a pyramid was a bit crap, so they changed it to a more ominous shape, the monolith. But then they realized that due to the filming technique, which we'll come back to later, they couldn't have anything clear plastic or anything reflective because it caused massive problems with the filming. So they ended up painting it black, and it was actually made out of wood. They also hired Fred Orway and Harry Lange of NASA, and they were used as consultants, and also Dr. Marvin Minsky of MIT. And this is another thing that's missed by the conspiracy theorists. He was hired to make to advise on the artificial intelligence. So HAL, the robot that basically tries to kill the crew. Originally, Hal was supposed to be a woman, but they decided that this wasn't menacing enough or robotic enough, so they changed the voice. And the accent is supposed to be, it didn't want to sound American and it didn't want to sound English, so they hired a Canadian person. And that's how they got the sort of distinctive accent. And the lunar surface pictures were actually obtained from Russia, from the Luna 9 satellite. And basically, this is why we get the look on Stanley Kubrick's Moon that we get, because it's based on long distance satellite photos, not on photos taken from the actual surface. So they're a little bit craggy. They're a bit different in 2001. But again, we'll come back to that. At one point, actually, Clark visited the set. He looked around the space station that they'd built. And I think he was trying to be nice, but he went, "Oh, it reminds me of a Chinese takeaway." So in a rage, Kubrick destroyed the set and banned him from the set. In the original film, the apes talked, but very soon they realised that this was a stupid idea and it didn't really work.
That's a terrible idea. I just don't want to move past that too quick. I just want us all to think about those apes having a chat about what to do with that bone.
Yeah. Go on, Lan. Smack him. Hit him with it.
That's brilliant. Now, the other thing I just wanted to say, actually, sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to just, again, reflect on the fact that this film was made in 1964. You know, that's older than me. And you look at the films around that time, and even much later, up until Star Wars, really, the quality of what you're looking at, the way that it makes you really believe you are actually in space and you're on a spaceship and I think that is just absolutely fantastic. It's just remarkable, the quality of that film.
Well, that's exactly why they hired Fred Orway and Harry Lange and Marvin Minsky and Douglas Trumbull, because, excuse me, they wanted to represent something that would work. At the time, it was all silly stuff like Victorians going to space in sort of like, things made out of wood and things like that, and, fighting aliens with umbrellas on the surface of the moon and, that sort of silliness.
Buck Rogers.
Journey to the Centre of the Earth, Boy's Own Adventure, that sort of stuff. Like, it was very, very sort of like in the Victorian era of exploration, that type of thing. So the reason that all these people were brought in from NASA was to make everything as it would work. So would this work like that in what we know to be, at the time they didn't know a huge amount about space or the lunar surface. So would this work like that? Would the angles work? Every single button apparently on the dials and stuff like that has a purpose. They didn't put anything in just for flash or for show. They wanted it to have a representative use in the imagined universe, but that would also basically track back to reality. They take the mickey out of this in a couple of times, like for example with the huge instructions for the anti-gravity toilet, because but one of the things that was interesting was they built entire sets. Kubrick didn't tell the set makers where he was going to put the cameras, so they had to make the entire sets because he didn't know where he was going to be. And so there's loads and loads of highly detailed bits that nobody's ever seen because they just wanted to complete it. And also, basically, Kubrick felt that made the environment more conducive for the actors to give a good performance, because they could feel that they're sort of, entrenched in it and actually on a space station rather than in a quite drafty soundstage in London. So yeah, that's why they did it, and the counter to this was that basically NASA, who, let's not forget, were trying to get a moon landing together, they got publicity in a way that they wouldn't get before, and so it was a quid pro quo thing. Kubrick got the expertise, and in exchange for that, NASA put out films like Behind the Stars and stuff like that showed the behind the scenes making of 2001 and highlighted essentially it's a public relations exercise. It's like saying NASA's kind of cool, blah, 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 blah. It's like what the National Lottery did, to describe their evil intent. It's they'll occasionally like build a swimming pool or something like that, crumbs from the tablecloth. But yeah, so that was why there was the NASA involvement. But actually, there was a far greater NASA involvement than he says. Now, one of the interesting things is that Dan Richter, who was one of the main apes in it, he played Moonwatcher. He was actually addicted to heroin during the making of the film. That's a lesser-known factoid. Yeah, later he became friends with John Lennon and Yoko Ono, and at times used to sell them heroin. So it's the circles people move in. There's a bit in the film with a leopard, and the leopard attacks one of the apes and kills him. When this was actually filmed, the person that he attacks is his trainer. But for whatever reason, he didn't go for the trainer. He jumped straight past the trainer and went after Dan Richter. And there was a bit of a sort of kerfuffle as they ended up having to get him to safety, and like he narrowly avoided getting mauled to death by a leopard.
Wow.
Kubrick was all right. Kubrick had built a leopard. He's not stupid. He'd built a leopard-proof cage, and he'd sat inside that cage and refused to have the leopard brought on set until he and the camera were safely inside the cage. But unfortunately, yeah.
Just like that guy said, playing chess with him, he was the smartest person he ever met.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, interesting. He used to play the computer because they got a chess computer to be the chess computer, but it wasn't a particularly high quality one. And Kubrick would always beat it and get really angry and storm around calling the computer a bumbling fuckwit. So, Here's a pub quiz question. What is the British TV comedy connection to 2001: A Space Odyssey? And there's two.
Rising Damp, Leonard Rossiter.
Oh, very good. Rising Damp and what, sorry?
Well, Leonard Rossiter is the actor who was in Rising Damp and the Fall and Rise of Reginald Perrin, which was my favourite comedy growing up, mainly because of the chairs that made a fart noise. And as a young child, there is nothing funnier than fart noises. So, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
That's it. That's where the big money is. Dick and fart jokes.
I know that I'm going to be friends with somebody when he plays a Russian character, Leonard Rossiter, and he's kind of drilling. I forget his name. The main guy about why there was these problems with not being allowed to rescue these people and so on because of this story that they put about. And at the end of that conversation, it's a bit of an awkward conversation because he keeps saying, "Well, I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say, and I can't really say." And at the end there, when he walks away, they say something in Russian. That's the first thing you have to do, isn't it? Look up on Google, what is it that he said? So if you've done that, then you're a friend for life.
I'm afraid I missed that. Well, go on. Are you going to reveal it, Tiz?
Yeah, well, I can't remember. I think it's something like it was a bit embarrassing or I feel sorry for him. Something like that is basically what they say in Russian. But one of your listeners, I'm sure, will put me right if I've got that wrong. But yeah, you have to know what he says at that point.
Well, okay, so that's brilliant. So that's definitely one. Leonard Rossiter is an actor, and Leonard Rossiter, as quite rightly say, Stephen, was in those brilliant shows. The second, this is a bit of a deep cut. Ronnie Corbett auditioned to be one of the apes.
Wow.
No way.
Wow.
Seriously, yeah. He didn't get it though, unfortunately, but he definitely did audition to be one of the apes. Now, the famous shot at the beginning where the pen is floating in the sky and the woman she's in zero gravity, so she really awkwardly walks over and picks it off, and it's still a fabulous special effect. There is a reason that she walked so awkwardly in that. that they didn't realise before they started filming, but afterwards Kubrick was like, "That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted you to do." She just had some teeth out, so she was completely off her head on painkillers, and she could barely stand. And that was what. So if you want to give the impression of weightlessness, or at least as is depicted in 2001, take a load of painkillers. So apparently, HAL isn't anything to do with IBM. Despite the fact that H is I, B is A, M is L, etc. It's, you take it on one. It stands for Heuristic Algorithm Computer. So apparently the IBM is just a coincidence. So, we shall see about that. Now, the film was actually released the day before Martin Luther King was killed. Ooh, that's surely got to be something like these things don't happen by coincidence, do they? But unfortunately, it didn't go down particularly well. In the premiere, 250 people walked out. This was in the sort of world premiere, including, and this was where all the celebrities and press go to. One of them was Rock Hudson. Rock Hudson walked out and was heard to say by a passing reporter, and I quote, "What the hell is this shit?" So, not a great review. And basically, it did really badly until such time that essentially, like, hippies started going to it. It was the fun thing to do was basically get really stoned or take acid and then go and watch the bit at the end where he goes to the Stargate and there's all the bright colours on there. And that you do have to sit there for 2 hours, 15 minutes before that actually starts. But I don't know.
Well, it's all right. You drop at the beginning and you start coming up halfway through. It's good.
This was pre-internet, so there was much less things to do. So one of the things that's not well known about Kubrick that sort of goes against the idea that he was a complete dictator. I mean, he did want to get it right, and he would do loads and loads of takes. But the reason he used to do loads and loads of takes was because he said, "You don't know the lines, right? I can see you trying to remember the lines in your eyes, so you're not putting it into your performance. So if I keep hammering it and hammering it and hammering it, you will eventually learn the lines, and you'll be able to, give a great performance." But he also encouraged not only improv, but also actors to come up with scenes and go, "I think my character would do this, and I think my character would do that." Famously, in his next film, Clockwork Orange, the singing in the rain bit was completely improvised by Malcolm McDowell. Anywho, like in that film, basically, there's a nod to 2001 because when they go into the record shop, the soundtrack to 2001 vinyl is actually on sale at the desk. So there's a little bit of an Easter egg. Now, the only reason that he used a snake is because it's not in the book Clockwork Orange by Anthony Burgess, was simply and purely because he found out that Malcolm McDowell was terrified of snakes. And so he thought it would be funny to make him have to hold a snake all day. But that wasn't actually the worst thing that happened to Malcolm on the set. He was very nearly blinded. He had his cornea scratched. In the very famous scene with the Ludovico technique, his eyelids are held open, only to have, drops occasionally put in there to stop him going blind. They accidentally scratched his eyes doing that. In 1975, he made Barry Lyndon, and this is where he used those Zeiss lenses. So this is, again, another true connection to NASA. There were 10 of these lenses made. 1 was kept by Harry Zeiss. 6 were used by NASA. 3 were bought by Kubrick and were used on Barry Lyndon. And this is, again, absolutely true. Okay, so the next film was 1980's The Shining. And again, this is important that we go into this in a little bit more detail. Obviously, we've explained some. Here's Johnny, which, for example, is one of the most famous scenes in it, or the vignettes in the scene. That was, again, actually improvised. And most people in the UK didn't actually get that because it's a reference to Johnny Carson, who's a talk show host. And it's just not available in the UK. So still not available. Still most people don't really get what it is, other than just him being sort of menacingly silly, basically. Now, he's known for his legendary amount of takes. Now, he actually allegedly broke the world record on this with the scene where Shelley Duvall is supposed to fight off Jack with the baseball bat. Apparently, he made her go through 127 takes of that same shot to the point where she was hysterical. Now, he was a bit of a sod to her throughout the entire film. He terrorized her. He constantly berated her and told her she was rubbish in front of the rest of the actors. He had a way of doing that with all actors. Basically, rather than say, let's do it again, although he would say, do it again, what he'd say was, do it better, and that would institute doing another take. He would sometimes say, do it again. He famously would say to Matthew Modine on the set of Full Metal Jacket, you're not thinking of doing it like that, are you, Matthew? Which, passive-aggressive and fabulous. But essentially, he terrified Shelley Duvall. It was never really clear, but the inference is that he did it to make her be hysterical and to get a better performance out of her, almost like imposed method acting. But she had a nervous breakdown and started losing her hair on the set of the film. So the first half, she's really stiff and wooden, her performance. She got nominated for a Razzie for worst performance in that film. And it is a bit of a stilted and strange performance, initially. I just took that to be that she's browbeaten.
Yeah, I find that though with a lot of Stanley's movies, there's a lot of overacting. Like he seems to push them to, I don't know, over dramatize some of the things that they're going through.
It's kind of like a hyper-realism, isn't it? Like the bit where Animal Mother and Joker are talking in Full Metal Jacket. They speak to each other in a really sort of weird, hyper-realistic way. Eyes wide shut, it's all the way through it.
Yeah, when Nicole Kidman is dancing with that guy, like she's like, she's fallen over or something, and it just seems very, very over the top. It seems he pushes everyone to do something extreme. I think he's trying to just capture an extreme moment, a real emotion or something. I don't know.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
I think the one that is the opposite is 2001. Particularly with the astronauts, they actually are almost robotic in their responses to each other. They talk to each other like robots, and actually the AI is the most human character in the film, you could actually say, certainly within that phase when they're on the spaceship, which I think is quite interesting. So I think he's like everything he does, he's trying to do something with it. So the performances are obviously part of the story he's telling. They're not just delivering lines. They are part of the weaving of the story.
Very much so, yeah. But to that end, the bar scene, for example, was 36 takes. When Danny and O'Halloran talk, that was over 100 takes. The ball rolling to Danny, the thing that apparently is the Apollo moon landing liftoff. That was 50 takes before he actually felt that it looked correct. And it was one of the first films, not the first film, but one of the first films to use Steadicam. Rocky and The Marathon Man had actually previously used Steadicam. That's how they get those fabulous sweeping shots of going around following the tricycle, essentially. And the interior was based on the Ahwahnee Hotel, which is in Yosemite, but the exterior is the Timberline Lodge, which is in Portland, Oregon. But it wasn't actually filmed in either of those hotels. The exteriors were, but it was filmed at a soundstage in London, including the maze and the bit of the back of the hotel where she gets out of the window. Now, Stephen King hated the film. Absolutely hated the film. He just didn't like it at all. And there is a suggestion that Stanley Kubrick, Jay Weidner actually brings this up. Originally, the car that the family drive to the hotel in is a red Beetle. And for some reason, Kubrick changes it to a yellow Beetle. So as O'Halloran is going back to the hotel through a snowstorm, there is a crushed red Volkswagen Beetle. And not only Jay Weidner, other people have suggested that basically this was an indication that he was crushing he was crushing King's version of the story, and he was imposing his own take on it, which we obviously know or believe to be that he faked the moon landing. Anywho. Now, during that famous going through the doors scene, Nicholson actually broke the doors too easily because he was actually a volunteer firefighter. So they'd started off with stunt doors, and in the end, they had to use reinforced doors because they were going through them too quickly. Apparently, he went through 60 in 3 days, which is not bad.
Wow.
Now, yeah, you know, he tortured Shelley Duvall. He also tortured Jack Nicholson. He wanted him to give a particularly cross performance, and so he forbade him from eating anything other than cheese sandwiches. And Jack Nicholson doesn't like cheese sandwiches, so like, yeah. It took a year to get the elevator shot right, and I'm not sure whether it's a miniature or it's a full-scale thing. I think it might be a miniature, but either way, it took them a year to get that shot right. I think they only tried it properly about 3 or 4 times, but all the sort of mechanism behind it, it took them a year to get it right. And apparently, during that time, Kubrick was typing all the pages, the all work and no play pages. He typed them all himself.
Wow.
Really? I was wondering about that.
Apparently so, yeah. Here's another pub quiz question for the Shining. What were the ages of the twin girls in the film The Shining?
Don't know, they look about 8 or 9.
Oh, you very nearly got it, because they were 8 and 10, because they're not twins. They just happened to look very similar to one another. They're siblings, obviously, but wouldn't that be weird if they weren't even sisters? That would be a coincidence.
But another coincidence is in the book, they're not twins, and they are an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old.
Oh, really? I did not know that. Well, there you go. But obviously, the Jay Weidner posits that the twins are to represent Gemini. So interesting.
We assume they're twins because they're dressed
Yeah.
the same, but I don't think anybody in the film actually says, "Here, look at these twins."
Wow. Well, I mean, no. I mean, it is a pop culture thing. The twins from The Shining, isn't it? So, okay. Right. When Jack Nicholson is waiting in the lobby, to do the interview, he's reading a magazine, and a lot of people don't pick up on this. But the magazine that he's actually reading is Playgirl, which is the female equivalent of Playboy magazine. It's full of naked or nearly naked men. And the interesting article on the front is an article about incest. Again, this is one of those things where it's like, he's not done that by mistake. He's either done it as a joke, thinking that nobody will notice it, or there is some sort of significance to be made out of this. If only to make you feel slightly uneasy about the Jack character, because, like, I'm not saying, oh, no, he's gay. I'm saying, like, reading a porn mag as you're about to go into a job interview, as I've discovered, doesn't go across well. So, top tip. There'll be more of these coming next week, right? So, but trust me, it just
Oh God, this is why you work from home, is it?
they frown upon it, if anything, Brent. Right? Okay, like, it's ridiculous, like, But so, what can you do? Anyway, so there's lots of things that aren't actually in the book. The Here's Johnny bit, Halloran's death. The axe isn't an axe in the film. I think it's a sledgehammer. The maze isn't in it. The tricycle isn't in it. The elevator isn't in the book. So there are a few things, again, that Kubrick has actually altered. Right, his next film, after that, he had a bit of a hiatus, and then his next film was Full Metal Jacket. Now, Full Metal Jacket, I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. It's a cracking film. Really, really great film. There were some scenes that were cut. One scene that was cut was apparently an animated scene where, for some reason, the character Joker, played by Matthew Modine, has a conversation with some singing chipmunks, but they felt that didn't actually fit with the tone of the rest of the film, so they decided to get rid of that. There was also an extended scene where the Marines are seen playing football and having a jolly old time, only at the last minute to pan out and reveal that they're actually kicking a severed head around, but they felt that this was a bit overkill. Also, Animal Mother was supposed to cut the head off the little girl at the end and throw that out of the window, but they also felt that somewhat undermined the spectacular scene. Interestingly, Animal Mother, here's another pub quiz thing. Who was originally signed on to play Animal Mother in Full Metal Jacket? Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he turned it down to go and do Running Man instead. So, and to be fair, I think he probably made the right decision, because I don't think he would have been particularly good as Animal Mother, and I very much enjoyed Running Man. So
We were in the right timeline.
Absolutely. So in 1999, Kubrick made Eyes Wide Shut, and he'd actually bought the rights to the book, which is called Traum Novelle, or Dream Story, by Arthur Schnitzler in the 60s, and he'd been wanting to make it into a film ever since then. In the 70s, he actually planned to make it as a comedy with Woody Allen and Mia Farrow, but that fell through. In the 80s, he planned to make it as a serious film, but using the comic Steve Martin as the Tom Cruise character. In the end, basically, it got filmed in the 90s. It started in 1996, but went over 400 days of filming. And at one point, it holds the Guinness World Record for the longest continuous film shoot at something like 46 weeks or something crazy like that. Basically, like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman had to move to London to do it, and the stress of it gave Tom Cruise an ulcer, which he hid from Stanley Kubrick. Oh, talking of hiding from Stanley Kubrick, one thing that I forgot about The Shining, during the making of it, Jack Nicholson feigned a back injury. He says, I've really, really pulled my back. I can't film for at least the next couple of days. And Stanley was like, all right, fine, that's fair enough. I'll give you a couple of days off to recuperate, only to be infuriated when he flicked on the television to see the Wimbledon tennis championships playing, and Jack Nicholson sat there in the crowd. So,
hey, to be fair, all he had to do was sit down.
Well, yes, yeah.
You know,
it might have not hindered.
I wasn't doing any work, Stanley. I was just sat there.
It wasn't a ball boy.
Right. Okay. Anyway, he was going to make a film called The Aryan Papers, which was very similar to Schindler's List, essentially. And so he when Schindler's List was coming out, decided to drop that idea and finally sort of focus on Eyes Wide Shut. Now, Tom Cruise, as we said, like he's known for doing loads and loads of takes and stuff like that. There's a scene where Tom Cruise walks through a door. There's no dialogue in it, and Kubrick wasn't entirely sure what he wanted out of this scene, but he knew what he didn't want. And in order to get what he wanted, he made Tom Cruise do the scene 95 times, walking through a door, which is crazy. Mission Impossible was delayed by the filming, by the filming of the whole thing, not just by the filming of the door. Yeah, sorry, this bloody door. Like, sorry, John Woo, but like, could you film some stuff with doves whilst you're waiting? Yes, why not? Now, here's another thing that's missed, or I've not seen it. Maybe I've missed the missing. But the orgy, or at least the exterior to where the orgy takes place in Eyes Wide Shut, was filmed at Mentmore Towers, which was built and owned by Baron Meyer de Rothschild. Ooh. And as we know, there are no coincidences. So, to be fair, that is often used in films. It was in Batman Begins as Wayne Manor. In The Dark Knight Rises is actually Woollerton Hall, which is just down the road from me. But also, this Mentmore Towers was used as the place where they have the fight at the end in Ali G in the House. So, you know, it's auspicious.
I missed that one somehow.
No, we leave no stone unturned. Like that's you can at least say that about us. Now, in order to actually research the ritual scene in Eyes Wide Shut, Kubrick used a book called Cult and a Cult, and I actually happen to have a copy of this, and so I had a go through it, and it's a bit vague. The only things that I could find is it makes references to sex magic, which is obviously what is depicted supposedly in Eyes Wide Shut. And so it seems to say that the cult that's depicted is either a cult called the cult of Ariana, or it might be influenced by the OTO, the Audio Tempo Orientis, which Aleister Crowley was connected to, and various other people. But essentially, you know, this is a magical, or this is a secret society, and in the later stages, they get into sex magic.
And that would have definitely sold it to me. Like, I didn't know that this was based on OTO ritual or this other cult ritual, but it would have sold it to me just knowing that. But now I think of it as like, you know what? Of course, a good director would research what he's trying to portray, just so that he portrays it well. Doesn't mean that it's connected.
Yeah, but absolutely, you're dead right. But you can see why, because the Rothschild thing, the connection to these secret societies, the fact that in the film there is essentially a sacrifice, or there may be a sacrifice. Sorry, I don't wish to spoil anything. And they've got models and prostitutes there, essentially serving the rich elites. There's enough sort of red flags or things that pique your interest to go, oh, where's the broader meaning in this, certainly. And as we mentioned before, there's the rainbows, there's the models, there's the hypnotism, there's the murder, the potential MK Ultra mind control themes that are definitely there in the plot. Even to the point where it suggests that Nicole Kidman, she has a dream about the orgy, and it intimates that perhaps she was there and she just didn't know about it. And at the end, I'm sorry to spoil the film, but at the end, she's basically, after it's revealed what's happened to Tom Cruise, she's crying as well. And I took that to mean that she's remembered that she might have been involved in the orgy as well, without her knowledge. I may be completely wrong about that, but it's not a ridiculous interpretation of the film by any stretch of the imagination. So you can see certainly why people do. There's yet another thing that, again, some people don't know about this. In the film Eyes Wide Shut, there is a series of newspaper articles discussing the model, Mandy, who dies either by a drug overdose or killed by this secret society. It's never made clear in the film. Now, in order to get absolute realism, Stanley Kubrick hired a journalist from the New York Post called Larry Salona. Larry Salona is the person that wrote all the copy talking about the girl going missing and being found dead. And obviously, it's connected, tangentially, potentially, to secret societies. Journalist Larry Salona was also the person who broke the story and the news of Stanley Kubrick's death, JFK Jr.'s death, and JFK Jr. died on the very same day that Eyes Wide Shut came out.
Did he though?
Well, but it gets even trickier. Larry Salona was also the first journalist to break the story about Jeffrey Epstein's arrest and Jeffrey Epstein's death, and he was also the first journalist to break the story of Ghislaine Maxwell's arrest.
Oh.
Isn't it? You can see why people would make that connection. Like there's a lot of strangeness going on there, basically. Now, Melissa Joan Hart, who played Clarissa the Teen Witch, she actually auditioned to play the part of Domino the prostitute, but unfortunately she didn't actually get the part. And in the ritual, the voice is actually reversed. It's the Christian Mass in Hungarian, but reversed. But that's not Stanley Kubrick's decision. That was actually how the music arrived. I forget the composer, but it's this fabulous, discordant, weird bit of music that combines the reverse speech with a sort of quasi-religious mass type music. And again, it was actually found by his wife, Christiana. So yeah, it's certainly very, very interesting. Now, I'm obviously a bit of a film buff. I did an MA in film studies, so I have a bit of a take on Eyes Wide Shut. And if you'll indulge me just for a couple of minutes, this is what I think, because a lot of people have said, what's it about? It's about relationships. It's about lying. Is it? What is it about? Obviously, a lot of people think it's an expose of secret societies and secret rituals, and there is an element of that. Like there's a mystery as to whether basically this cult is involved and how malevolent they are. But also suggested that the entire thing might be a dream. After they smoke the joint, all the film happens after that. So there's a suggestion that the entire film is just a fever dream brought on by Tom Cruise's sort of paranoia that he's not, perhaps his wife isn't as loyal, and perhaps he isn't as loyal as he hoped he would be. But I think it's not about, I think it's about, I know this might sound a bit ham-fisted, but I think it's about the masks that we wear and the rituals that we go through, and what's real and what's not, and what is true sacrifice, like the sacrifices that we have to make, like being kind by being dishonest. Like essentially she's not told him about that thought of her running away to be kind to him, But unfortunately, when she's honest, even though she's a total bitch about it, it's that honesty that opens up that being scared and the sort of the terror. Because honesty is often, it's hard to take. And it's the sort of the rituals that we go through. They make a big point of going to doctor's appointments and going to parties and dancing, and they talk about the ritual of marriage and wrapping presents and the roles that we should play and what we should do and whose secrets we should share and basically what we should be honest about. Like, I'll tell you that my take on it, the only happy character in it, unfortunately he does get killed, but the only happy character in it is the jazz pianist who was supposed to be a doctor with Tom Cruise, but decided that it was too much stress for him and he just gave it up to be an artist. He's perfectly happy playing the piano. And the interesting point is that although he's at the ritual, he is blindfolded, whereas Cruise sees the ritual. And that I took to be a metaphor for basically the expose of like all these crap things that we have to go through in society. They're meaningless essentially, but they're rituals, they're masks that we have to wear in order to fit in. And then Tom Cruise character doesn't understand sacrifice. He has no sacrifices in his entire life. The only people that understand sacrifice are the women. The woman that literally sacrifices herself to him, or Nicole Kidman's character. And going back to roles with Nicole Kidman's character, she's always drunk or on drugs or getting ready or discussing money because that's her role. That's her role, to be a trophy wife. And she can see that and she's unhappy. So eventually, that's why at the end she sort of does a reverse mask by putting her glasses on, which are, in a crude sense, make her less beautiful. But she doesn't care about that anymore in the role. And then the other sort of take that I took from it is that he's selfish. Basically, they make the sacrifices. He doesn't make any sacrifices because he's completely selfish. But he's also out of place at the ritual, which indicates that he's actually probably a good person deep down. He feels out of place within this particular sort of, well, as we say, ritual that you need to go through in order to get to that next echelon of being in high society. So there's a lot of themes going on there, basically. It's about, as I say, themes and society and stuff like that.
I like that reading. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I think the other thing that I felt, because I did read the book quite some time ago now as well, and there's a feeling of sort of, I think masks is definitely an important metaphor there around putting on civilization, if you like. I mean, part of the whole thing with these orgies and so on is this letting slip the civilized, well-behaved veneer of civilization, of doing the
Precisely.
right and proper thing, and there's a desire in there to not do the right thing anymore. I want to sleep with somebody else. I want to allow myself to do something that is wrong, and these rituals, these orgies kind of allow for people to live these fantasies or to do something that would normally be, I mean, that's the whole point of the masks, really. It's to allow you to do something that you wouldn't normally be able to do. Yeah.
I'll take that further because I think you're spot on, because basically, like, you can't always do what you want. If he'd have gone with the prostitute, Domino, he'd have ended up with HIV.
That's right.
If he'd have gone off with those two models, his wife would have left him. If his wife had gone off with that rich bloke or the naval officer, that would have destroyed their marriage. So basically, now at the end, he comes back and finds the mask on the pillow that he's previously lost. And what this implies is either that Nicole Kidman was at the orgy and she's brought the mask back, or that the cult have put it there as a warning. And either of those readings work. But that's the point that he breaks down and cries and he reveals himself to his wife. And I took that to be basically the mask is off now. Basically, you've got to now go through that in order to sort of reveal yourself. But revealing yourself is painful. And basically, it also implied that, like, the couple don't really know each other that well. But that's not their fault. It's because we don't really know ourselves that well. But we don't know ourselves that well because we're fighting against all these rituals and masks that we have to wear in society, basically. So,
yeah, too busy being like part of society than actually being you.
Yeah, totally. And again, that's That's just my sort of take on it, and it's not uncommon for films to have like interpretations or numerous interpretations. I mean, for crying out loud, like Room 237 presents three of them, but very famous films are actually sort of they're allegories or they have deeper meaning. So to come up with a theory that they might be representative of the moon landing, okay, isn't stupid by any stretch of the imagination. Like, you might be reading stuff into it that isn't there, which we'll discuss in a second. But for example, like Aliens is apparently an allegory for the Vietnam War. The massively over technical side losers against the people who are under the floor and using guerrilla tactics essentially. Invasion of the Body Snatchers and various films were always thought and are always taught to represent themes of the fear of communism, that your neighbour might be a pod person, essentially. And District 9 is about apartheid. Groundhog Day, if you can believe this, is about finding enlightenment through the Buddhist treatise of doing good things to other people, and that's how eventually you'll find happiness. But on the surface, it's a very silly comedy.
Godzilla is the nuclear arms race, yeah.
Precisely. So there's a far deeper meaning to a man in a lizard suit. Essentially, X-Men is about gay rights. If people won't perhaps know that, but it is. Night of the Living Dead was about racism. Dawn of the Dead is about consumerism. Jurassic Park is actually about the fear of becoming a parent. And again, this is from Spielberg himself. Like RoboCop is actually about America, their relationship with consumerism, violence, and Jesus Christ. There's a scene at the end of RoboCop where he literally walks on water. He dies and he's resurrected. That was the message that Paul Verhoeven was supposed to be getting out, that essentially RoboCop is a metaphor for Jesus.
I would just say, though, that I one of the things that I always feel when I listen to various interpretations of films and any sort of art, really, is that I think these things have multiple meanings. So I think, yes, Jurassic Park may have been about the fear of being a parent, but it's also about dinosaurs. It's also about science going amok, which is a real trope in sci-fi. Be careful, don't play God, and all of that sort of thing. There's a message there about not allowing science to be exploited by marketeers and so on. So I think it can be about a lot of things, and that's where I think a lot of these conspiracies sort of, for me, make a mistake, is that they think it's got to be about this thing. Well, actually, it's about a lot of things. There's a lot of messages in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of different layers, like when it comes to film anyway. Obviously, if we can take it back to just a painting, there's like whatever the representation is there, but there's also like a hidden meaning behind it, and then there's like meanings that we can all kind of relate to and see it one way or whatever. But then you come to film, it's not just the visual anymore. It's the visual, it's the script, it's the actors, it's the sound, it's the lighting, it's so many different moods being made. That can tell so many different stories, so many different messages that the creators want to convey.
Absolutely. And I think this is the thing, like, I mean, going straight into Jay's thesis, right, is that it's all interpretive. There's no actual evidence. He doesn't even talk about, say, the connections. Like, he talks about Fred Ordway, but he doesn't really sort of expand on that, which, as we say, there is actually more. He starts from the position that Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landings. We know that. Let's put that over here. Now let's look for evidence for it. And it's like, whoa. Where on earth have you got that Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landings? Now, I'll spoil this for you because I found out where he got it from, but we'll come on to that in a bit. But essentially, this is the problem. So when you're looking at a film from that lens, you're going to see the patterns that you look for. And the problem is that, I say, with a lot of the things, he's kind of wrong, basically. Like for example, when he starts talking about, like, they're all wearing red, white, and blue. Now, here's an interesting thing. He gets the Overlook Hotel right. Stanley Kubrick has basically implied that the Overlook Hotel is supposedly supposed to represent America. But people who are close to Stanley Kubrick have said that if there is a hidden meaning within the subtext of The Shining, it is the Native American genocide.
Hmm.
It's basically there, and that's why the Overlook Hotel is representative of America, because essentially it is literally on top of a grave. So in essence, that is correct. Jay Weidner has got that right. But the rest of the stuff, I tend to think that he's sort of, he's reaching a bit. There's stuff about the eagle behind it and stuff like that. I mean, it could be representative of the eagle land, but as actually he himself says, the eagle is representative of America. He could even make the argument it's representative of Germany as well, but this is the kind of point, is that it's down to interpretation. Now, one of the first bits of evidence he says is about throwing the ball being thrown at the wall. He's playing ball with Apollo's arrows, if you remember, and basically this is him showing that he's playing ball with the thing. There's a problem, and this is where Jay's thesis completely sort of falls down straight away, because it wasn't Kubrick's idea to throw the ball. Jack Nicholson smuggled that onto set and improvised that part, which initially Kubrick didn't like.
Do we know the timing of filming that scene? Did he take one of those balls from Wimbledon?
Ooh, now there's a real conspiracy. Wouldn't that be? Wow, yeah. But yeah, so that kind of sort of goes against the idea, because the whole thesis sort of rests on the fact that everything was meticulously planned, and that didn't come from Kubrick. Also, like with the best will in the world, mashing together Apollo, because Apollo is Greek or Roman, with Native American, like, with the deepest respect, fuck off. Like, come on. Like,
yeah, well, I would say that a lot of that is kind of unnecessarily complex. So, the boy has an Apollo 11 jumper on. It's got a rocket on it. If you want to try and say that this is what this movie is about, for me, that's all you need to say. Why weave all of these really complex ideas into it as well? A lot of these ideas, they contradict each other, don't they? So you said about the 237 number. So which is it? Is it because it's 237,000 miles away from the Earth is the moon, or is it because it spells the word room? Which moon, rather? Which is it? And it feels like often you get so enmeshed in the coincidence and the tortured correlations that actually, make up your mind. Which of these is it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the things. The Apollo thing on his jumper has been interpreted by a lot of film scholars to be representative of a phallic shape, because just after that he goes to room 237 and comes back with his jumper ripped, and the inference is that Jack, the character, has got drunk and abused his child as he's done before. And there is a lot of suggestion that is what is going on. I think it's a bit more I think it's more in the book. I may be wrong about that because I haven't actually read the book, but certainly this is the point. It can be interpreted in a number of ways. Okay, so let's just do this one straight away. So Kubrick told the press that he changed the room from 217 to 237 because of the owners of the hotel, which was standing in for the Overlook, did not want customers shunning room 217. Therefore, he changed it to a number not in the hotel. So I called the Timberline Hotel in Oregon and I asked for a reservation for room 237. I was surprised when they said yes. I asked if it was a new part of the building, and they said that they were told that the hotel had always had a room 237. Room 237 has always been here. Right. Later on in the film Room 237, he changes his story. If you call the Mount Hood Resort and ask for room 217, you will find there is no such room. So that's just not true. The statement is not true. So what? Stanley was lying. It's not the reason he changed the room number from 217 to 237. The reason he changed it from 217 to 237 in the film is 237 represents the moon landing stage where it worked because of the 237,000 miles. So he's contradicting himself there. He said that basically he contacted the hotel and they said that room 237 does exist. And then he contacted them again and they said that 217 doesn't exist. So there would be no need to swap it out. Now, the problem is that he's lying twice. Because what I did was I emailed the hotel because I wanted to check this. And I says, hello, how many rooms do you have? can I get a place in room 237 or room 217, please? And they said, and this is Julie Anderson Metcalf, Timberline Lodge Reservations. Hello, Neil. We have 70 rooms in the hotel. We don't have a room 237, but we do have room 217. That is popular with the Shining fans. Our hotel was used for the outdoor scenes in the Shining movie. Kind regards. So he's lied. He's just lied. He never bothered to contact them. And then basically, probably when he's realised that his previous lie was nonsense, he's ever so slightly changed the lie and hoped that nobody bothers to check and cross-reference and see that he's talking shit.
Can I just also say that if you go onto the Royal Greenwich Museum, obviously where the Royal Observatory is, the answer to how far away is the moon is 238 miles. Well, actually closer to 239. So, yeah, that's by no means a fact.
Well, it's not exact. Now, here's the thing, because he stresses again in room 237 that it is exactly 237,000 miles, and that is not true. There is a measurement that the mean average distance from the surface to the surface is approximately 237, but nobody uses that. Everyone uses the 238, which is from the center of the planet to the center of the moon. So you're absolutely right, and you've preempted one of my debunkings in as much as basically he makes a big deal about this being something that it's not quite as airtight as it would say.
So that I think this is a really important point that we shouldn't miss. So what this means is that if you want to try and demonstrate that this number is significant, often you get the illusion that you've only got one chance. But no, actually, you can argue that it's 238,000. You can argue that it's 237,000. It's not exactly one distance away from the Earth because there is a certain amount of drift, and so there'll be another set of numbers that at certain points, at certain times. In the winter it's this, and in the summer it's that, and anyway, it's 238,000, not 238. So this is again you can always do is find a correlation that actually isn't there. You've got a lot of chances. You've got a lot of chances to be able to make a claim.
Absolutely. In fact, I may have done some of my own. So hang on.
Hey.
Now, apparently, basically, the Halloran being killed is a reference to somebody that he knew being killed. And it's again, there's no evidence to support this. There's literally nothing to support it. It's pure speculation based on the preconceived notion that we know Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing and that's changed from the book. So it must be significant somehow. And it's nonsense, basically. He then goes on to say that basically Kubrick is represented by the changing appearance of Jack Torrance. And to a degree, there's an element of truth to this because he highlighted the alcoholism factor of it. Both King and Kubrick did because they'd both previously been alcoholics. So this was something that they felt they could sort of tap into and, explain to a degree. So there's a degree of that. But this concept that basically he grew his hair long and started growing a beard and looking disheveled because of the stress of 2001, it's pure speculation, right? I think there's a slightly simpler answer to that, why he started growing his hair longer and having it slightly messier and stuff like that. He was losing his hair. His hairline was receding. And so he's growing it longer to sort of whack it forward, basically. So, but again, it's hardly solid, is it? The all work and no play, the Apollo 11 A11 refers to Apollo 11. I don't know.
That's a stretch.
Nonsense.
And like you said about these things not working and stuff like that. If Wendy is supposed to represent his wife Christiana, why is Jack trying to kill her? She's the only one on his side if the metaphor is to carry through. So why is he trying to kill her? It just doesn't make any sense, to be quite honest. And then some of the things 6 crates of 7-Up represent the 7 Apollo missions, only 6 of which landed. Oh, give him rest. It's really, really silly. But here's the other thing, right? Okay. So The Shining tells the story of Kubrick faking the moon landing for the USA, but it really nearly cost him his marriage and his life. So basically he implies that he made The Shining to protect himself. This has always got on my nerves about these programs. So it's like, oh, Paul McCartney couldn't tell anybody that he's been replaced because they'll kill him. No, wouldn't that really give the game away? You know, if Paul McCartney went on the television and said, you know what, I've not been Paul McCartney for years and years and years, they'll probably try and kill me for this, and then he died, wouldn't that really rather give the game away? Wouldn't it? Rather than Stanley Kubrick putting out a series of clues in The Shining, which is, nearly 20 years after the event, right, okay, in the hope that Gary from Real picks it up and learns about the Illuminati, right? Wouldn't the Illuminati and NASA, who, let's not forget, helped him with this supposed project, wouldn't they notice the secret hidden things? Like, wouldn't they notice that before the general public, bearing in mind that they have a reference to it?
Yeah, they'd be the initiated, wouldn't they?
Yes. So why not go on the television and say, yeah, I'm Stanley Kubrick. I filmed the moon landing. They're probably going to try and kill me now. So you need to protect me. Otherwise, you'll never find out the truth. Wouldn't that be more effective than knitting a jumper?
So what are you doing, Edward Snowden?
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll come to this, Neil, but he does that if it's correct what they're saying about this. So he makes the film that is spilling the beans, but in a very closeted way. For why we don't really know. Then he eventually makes the film Eyes Wide Shut, which is again spilling the beans, but too much this time. He has to cut, however, 20 minutes out because otherwise they'll kill him. He cuts the 20 minutes out and they kill him.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make much sense.
No.
He should have kept it as it was.
And like the other influence, if they're going to kill him because of this 20 minutes, wouldn't they also have to kill, I don't know, all the actors and the crew that filmed and acted in that 20 minutes? Because, they'd also know about it, wouldn't they? But hey-ho. Right, so anyway, going on to how Stanley Kubrick faked the Apollo moon landings, or how I learned to stop worrying and love the lies. And this is where he postulates the idea that, like, these things that they went to the moon, but they had to fake it because they didn't want to reveal the back-engineered alien tech. And it's like, you know what, I'm totally open to that as a theory, right? But I'd like something other than Jay Weidner's say-so on it, to be quite honest. Like, you know, and yes, I know there's going to be people listening going, well, there's loads of stuff on the internet. It's like, I know there is, right? Okay, I'm familiar with some of this stuff, right? But, like, come on, it's starting from a position that at the very least, most people will go, that's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? It's not got the most solid of grounding if you're going to base your entire theory on this, does it?
Well, it's an explanation of a really unlikely thing. The explanation of that really unlikely thing is to tell a story about an even more unlikely thing.
Yeah.
You know, so actually the moon landings was all done in a studio somewhere in wherever. And we know that because aliens and flying saucers. You know, I mean, we need some evidence for that, and I know that his book is obviously trying to give us some, but the evidence is, as you said, it's all interpretive. There's no real hard evidence for any of this stuff that I can see.
Yeah, it's the same, exactly the same with all this, like, the Cold War is represented by the snow and bears and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, maybe. But again, it's pure speculation. And then he speculates again that they saw the accuracy of the B-52 bomber in Dr. Strangelove, and that was what led them to want him to be the director. And again, there is a fundamental problem with Jay's thesis, if that is the basis of his idea, because Kubrick wasn't involved in the making of that B-52. He basically let his crew do it, and when he first saw it, he had a complete fit because it was so incredibly accurate that he was convinced that they were going to get into trouble. He thought they must have got hold of some sort of classified documents or something, and that they were going to get into a serious amount of trouble with it. So it wasn't even Kubrick that actually He demanded the accuracy, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't him that actually researched it. So wouldn't it be better finding the effects team and getting them to fake the moon landing rather than Kubrick? Because essentially what Kubrick's good at is framing shots, not the effects bit of it. Even in 2001, it wasn't him that was doing the effects. That's why he got Graphic Films and Douglas Trumbull. That's why he got the people from NASA in, like Harry Lang and Fred Ordway, and the chap from MIT, because he didn't know what he was doing, or he didn't. He wanted. He deferred to experts because he's smart enough to realize what he doesn't know.
No one person makes the entire film, do they?
Exactly. This is the point. Now, the next thing, which Weidner doesn't include in any other of his talks about Kubrick, but this is very, very telling. If you remember, he speculates that Kubrick was blackmailed as his brother Raoul Kubrick was at the time the head of the USA Communist Party. There are two main flaws with this particular theory. One, Gus Hall was the head of the United States of America Communist Party from 1959 to 2000. And second, and perhaps most damningly of all, Raoul Kubrick doesn't, hasn't, and will never exist. He's not a real person. He doesn't have a younger brother called Raoul Kubrick, and this fictional brother was never in the Communist Party, certainly not the leader of the Communist Party. Where did he get that snippet from? Well, dear reader, I shall tell you shortly, but you're going to have to stick with us.
Was it Alex Jones?
Not quite, but nearly. Now, he then goes on to say that basically, he did it for an unlimited budget. He got an unlimited budget on 2001, and he, in a couple of places, he infers that this was the most expensive film ever made. Put simply, Tommy rot. It's not true. Cleopatra and Mutiny on the Bounty cost 4 times the amount of that 2001 cost. In fact,
Wow.
they cost about $40 million dollars at the time. 2001 cost $10 million, which was a lot. I mean, Rosemary's Baby, for example, cost about $5 million, $4 million, something like that. So it is a large amount. But Spartacus, which was a previous film of Stanley Kubrick, that cost $12 million. So 2001 isn't even Stanley Kubrick's most expensive film. So that's nonsense. And the idea that he gets carte blanche on all his projects from then on is somewhat scuppered by the fact that the film he planned to do after 2001 was an epic retelling of Napoleon with Jack Nicholson as Napoleon. And this was scrapped due to budgetary constraints. But I thought he had an unlimited budget and complete carte blanche to make whatever he wanted. So, again, that just completely scuppers that, basically. He talks about Fred Orway and say, yeah, basically, but he also had contracts with NASA, GE, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Jet Propulsion's laboratories, all of these places he was approaching in order to make the film as realistic as possible. And what's interesting is that basically they miss all that. The lunar surface, okay, this is where we're going to get onto it. The lunar surface was taken from the Luna 9 Russian satellite. And these pictures were taken from sort of like not off the surface. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever watched 2001. But the moon doesn't look anything like the fucking moon, right? The moon on 2001 is all craggy and rocky because it was taken from high altitude. There is a particular thing on the moon, because there's no atmosphere, it causes massive vibration and basically everything's dust. So this is why you've got the smooth backgrounds in the moon landing photos and films, which begs the question, why would he make 2 completely different environments if he's filming it at the same time, both of which contradict one another? I mean, also, there's several other things. In 2001, you can see the stars in the sky from the lunar surface, which you can't, obviously, in the lunar landing footage. Why? Why would he do it in one and not in the other? Also, the astronauts, they don't walk as if they're in 0 gravity or 1/6 gravity in 2001. They walk just like they're just walking normally. So again, it begs the question, if this film is going for absolute realism and he is filming this thing secretly, why would they not match?
Yeah, he would have the same consultants to film both of these things.
This is it. And it was the military industrial complex that he got to make all his props. So it's essentially the same people. He got Vickers, which is Vickers Armstrong, which is UK military, to make the revolving space station set. Hawker Siddeley, which is UK military aircraft, to make the pods. You got A.V. Rowe Frankenstein to make the spacesuits, and A.V. Rowe was basically an aeronautics firm that became BAE, and Frankenstein actually ended up working on the real NASA spacesuits. So why are they different? I mean, I know they're supposed to be in the future, like, do you know what I mean? But again, there's certain elements that are just fundamentally not the same. It doesn't really match. Now, Weidner proposes that it's all about front screen projection. Okay, and this is the thing where you hang the big thing behind, and there's several things that he uses to propose this. He draws the false horizon on the moon landing shots, and I have to admit that stumped me. That stumped me for ages, because I was looking at it and I was like, it really does look like there's a false background. It looks like the background is far further away, and the textures and everything change, and the foreground looks like it's the only thing that's real. And I honestly could not figure this out for ages. And so what I did, right, was I Googled countryside. I literally Googled countryside and got all the pictures of the landscape. And what I discovered was in 95% of these, if you take a pen and literally put a fake horizon line, it gives exactly the same effect. And these are pictures that I know are real. And again, don't take my word for it. Do it yourself. Put that thing in, because I say it convinced me. I thought, I don't know how to debunk this because it's totally thing. That one I sent you, Brent, of the gate with all the sort of valleys behind it, it looks like only the gate is there, and the valleys are all a front screen projection. Now, he also says that there's no crap or out of focus NASA shots, which proves that they're all professionally taken on a lab. This just isn't true. No, there's absolutely loads, basically. The reason that you've only seen the good ones is because they only tend to show you the good ones, but you can find the bad ones. Now, what they had was they had this thing called zone focusing. They had what's called a high f-stop. So to read something, it says, narrow the aperture, the higher the f-stop. The greater the depth of field and the sloppier the photographer can be about his focus setting. The Zeiss Biogen lenses used by astronauts had an indicator that specified the near and far boundaries of the depth of field and the combination of focus and f-stop. Zone focusing is the technique whereby the f-stop is kept high, resulting in lenient depths of field. The focus range is then divided into zones corresponding to rear, medium, and far. These zones of clear focus overlap slightly and correspond to present positions on the focus ring. The Zeiss Biogen lens provided to the astronauts had detents or click stops that corresponded to these three zones, and the astronaut had simply to push the tab on the focus ring to one of the three easy-to-find stops to select the focus zone, depending on the rough distance of the subject. So essentially, A, there are crap photos. B, the lenses were designed in such a way that basically it was almost impossible to get a crap photo. And C, it was made to be as easy as possible to actually to get those types of things. But furthermore to that, okay, front screen projection could not be used. How do we know this? We know this from the actual film itself. There is a scene where the leopard is sat down next to a dead zebra. It's not actually a dead zebra, it's a dead horse that they painted to look like a dead zebra, and apparently it stank. But
I'm sorry, I can't believe that.
what you see quite clearly in that is the reflection in the leopard's eyes.
Yeah.
Now, the reason for that is because in order to do front screen projection, two things are really difficult. One, you have to have a huge amount of light, and so it was reflecting off the leopard's eyes. They changed the monolith from a glass monolith to a black one for exactly the same reason. If you have front screen projection, anything reflective on the surface in that shot will reflect outwards. What was really reflective on the astronauts? Well, the visors, wasn't it? So it would be impossible to do front screen projection in the 1960s using those particular visors because it would reflect the light back. So that immediately completely debunks the concept of front screen projection. The second thing that debunks the concept of front screen projection is, if you go back and watch the Dawn of Man sequence, one of the things that you'll notice is there's not that many shadows. There are some, but this is because of the way that the set has to be lit. Now, one of the things that is apparently shows that the lunar landing photos are fake is the incongruent shadows. Now, just to skip ahead, the incongruent shadows are caused by the sun reflecting off the reflective sand and giving the appearance of incongruent shadows. But actually, you can track them all back to a single light source. A single light source cannot be made using front screen projection. And this is Stanley Kubrick himself. There's really simply no effective way to realistically simulate a single light source when you're shooting such a huge area in a high lighting key. But if you're shooting for an effect of cloudy weather or spotty sunlight, you can match it perfectly to the background. And that type of lighting looks better anyway, in my opinion, and than the full direct Kodak brownie sunlight. So basically, there's an explanation of they have to cover the entire stage in huge bright lights in order to make the projection off the back not sort of look silly, basically. So essentially, the long and short of it is that front screen projection simply could not be used in the way that Jay Weidner says, because it would cause too big of a reflection and therefore be apparent to everybody. So unfortunately, that kind of debunks Jay Weidner's complete theory. He then goes on to Richard Hoagland, and he says that basically the things that Richard Hoagland takes to be structures in the sky are actually indicative of the stitching between the Scotch light that was used in the front screen projection. Now, let's just pretend for a second that it's still a plausible theory, that this might show the stitching in the Scotch light. Well, people have actually examined Hoagland's claims, and they've noticed that you have to turn the brightness really up to see these mess in the background on Richard Hoagland's things. People have noticed that if you go to the original photos and turn up the brightness, there are no such structures in the sky. They only appear in the copies that Richard Hoagland has produced. And that's suspicious.
Very.
Do you want to know how he does it?
Do tell.
Here's the thing, whether he's doing it on purpose or whether he's done it by accident, I do not know. But he scanned the picture in with a dirty scanner. And so the picture has picked up particles of dust. And then when you turn it up, the brightness, particularly on the dark parts, which would be the sky, it shows that dust and dirt as being scanned in. And you can recreate this yourself. Don't take my word for it. Go and try it for yourself. Those 2 points, the fact that it's not on the originals and the fact that basically you can recreate this with a technique that pretty much would be how he definitely got these onto the internet in the first place, through a scanner, pretty much debunks Richard Hoagland and therefore in turn debunks Jay Weidner as to thinking that these are all stitched together, because they essentially aren't. Now, the final thing in his second essay is he says that basically the president of MGM didn't get a chance to see the rough cut of 2001 before it was finished. And actually, this isn't uncommon. There's lots of famous stories of directors either refusing to show rough cuts or showing rough cuts and they weren't ready. Very famously, George Lucas showed Star Wars as a rough cut to Spielberg, and Spielberg's words were, "That's fucking awful." So it needed heavily re-editing and going over. So basically, it just doesn't really work, I'm afraid. Now, in Kubrick's Odyssey, he postulates that by speeding the footage up 150 degrees, 150%, it looks like they're walking normally. And essentially, there's an article from Live Science that shows that you can't do it like that. Now, here's an interesting point. In 2001, in the bit where Poole is floating in space and they have to grab him, to give that impression, they actually filmed that 4 times normal speed and slowed it down. So it's not as silly a theory as it might be, but unfortunately it wouldn't work. And it wouldn't work for a number of reasons. One, because of the lighting and because of the strange conditions on the moon, it was shot with 10 frames per second. 10 frames per second is not normal. It's usually 26 frames per second or 30 frames per second. And so you can tell that this is shot differently. If you are a sort of person that knows about film, you can look at this and go, there's something not right about this footage. There's something unique about this footage, essentially. What you could do is you could potentially overcrank it. You would be able to get a huge amount of film and then slow it down. But in the 60s, you could only overcrank. You could make a maximum of 30 seconds, which would take 90 seconds, 30 seconds of slow motion footage. The lunar landing footage is about 148 minutes long. The technology simply did not exist in order to make it slow. But don't take my word for it. There are two different ways of capturing moving images. One is film, actual strips of photographic material onto which a series of images are exposed. Another is video, which is an electronic method of recording onto various mediums, such as moving magnetic tape. With video, you can also broadcast to a television receiver. A standard motion picture film records at 24 frames per second, whilst broadcast TV is either 25 or 30 frames, depending on where you are in the world. If we go with the idea that the moon landings were taped in a TV studio, we would expect them to be 30 frames per second, which was the television standard at the time. However, we know that the video for the first moon landing was recorded at 10 frames per second in SSTV, slow scan television, with a special camera. Some people may contend that when you look at people moving in slow motion, they appear to be in low gravity environment. Slowing down film requires more frames than usual. So you start with a camera capable of capturing more frames in a second than a normal one, and this is called overcranking. When it's played back at a normal frame rate, this footage plays back for longer. If you can't overcrank your camera, but you record at a normal frame rate, you can instead artificially slow down the footage, but you need a way to store the frames and generate new extra frames to slow it down. And at the time of the broadcast, magnetic disc recorders capable of storing slow motion footage could only capture 30 seconds of playback of slow motion video. To capture 143 minutes in slow motion, you would need to require and store 47 minutes of live action, which simply wasn't possible at the time. Okay, well, maybe NASA had a super advanced storage recorder that they could create slow motion footage. Well, maybe they did, but one that was almost 3,000 times advanced than the current technology does seem a little bit like it's a bit of a stretch. Okay, fine. So what if they shot it on film and then slowed down the film instead? You can have as much film as you like, and then they converted it and it was shown on television. And they had an unlimited budget, remember? It's like, yeah, okay, fair enough, that would work. But shooting it on film would require thousands of feet of film. A typical reel of 35mm film at 24 frames per second lasts 11 minutes and is 1,000 foot long. If we apply this to 12 frames per second, which is as close to 10 as we can get with standard film, running for 143 minutes, which is the Apollo 11 footage, you would need 6.5 reels. These would need to be put together, so that's 6,500 feet of film. They'd have to be stitched together. And one of the big telltale signs of film is that as it goes from reel to reel. There would be no way to fake that, essentially. That would instantly give the game away. There'd also be splicing joins, transfers of negative and printing would put grains of dust, specks of hair, all of that sort of stuff would basically need to be, you need to process this thousands and thousands of feet of film in like a vacuum in order to do it. Ironically, you'd probably have to go to the moon to be able to have the conditions that would be able to do it. And then basically, when you take into account that the subsequent Apollo missions were actually shot with a better camera at 30 frames per second, you can see that it is just simply not possible. The amount of film that would be required is just ridiculous, basically. Right. Going to room 237 and the idea that the key fob can make moon room. Yeah, it can. And I'm not the first person to point this out. It can also make the word moron. So, you know, I really wouldn't take that too seriously, to be quite honest.
Or it could be the key for room 237.
I mean, that could be it. That certainly could be it. And then basically he goes on about how Eyes Wide Shut was cut. We're going to come on to that in a minute, but the longer short of it was, no, it wasn't. Okay, so as you said earlier, Stephen, you can basically put an interpretation to this to anything. So I thought, I'll crack at this. So I came up with one fairly sensible one and one daft one. I think, obviously, if you come to it from a position that something is true, like with Jay Weidner, he's gone, I think it's about Stanley Kubrick faking the moon landing, and then he's found clues within it. I think if you think of any topic and spend long enough looking at it, you can probably find similar things. So the first one that I thought was obvious was that The Shining is actually an anti-capitalist film. It's talking about the evils of capitalism. And the most overt of this is the fact that the hotel is a business, and nature is essentially trying to destroy it, which is basically the battle between business and nature, and the cruel nature of business and commerce. The fact that it is literally on an Indian burial ground, which indicates two things. One, sort of past slave labor and exploitation of the workers, and one, just the cold, uncaring nature of commerce and capitalism, that nothing is sacred. It's all about making money. And this is highlighted in the fact that Danny, throughout the entire thing, always wears slogan type things. He wears a Mickey Mouse jumper, and he wears a Bugs Bunny jumper, and he wears an Apollo moon landing jumper. And all of these are huge examples of massive big businesses. Like, you could see there's a massive amount of product placement. All of these different products everywhere. They even spend the bit at the beginning talking about all the different products and showing them all the food. And you know what? None of that makes them happy. The only thing that makes them happy is when they're outside. When they're outside of the hotel, in nature, in the maze, except at the end when he's being chased, but you can't have everything. But Wendy and Danny are happy. And that's further sort of elaborated on by the fact that not only the radio, but the snowcat breaks, because technology won't make you happy. Technology won't save you. In fact, technology will always let you down. And that is what Kubrick, I think, was trying to say that. Jack, too, is only happy when he's in fantasy, when he's writing or he's playing tennis or whatever. He's not a happy person, and he can't be creative because of the stresses of the job, which is another metaphor that Kubrick's trying to get across. One thing that people might notice is that all the ghosts are servants. All of them are servants, like either bar staff or caretakers or waiters. And this is indicative that basically your job becomes your life and even outlives your life, and it will literally destroy you. When O'Halloran, when he gets all the way to the thing, he's the only person that actually knows how the business works. And the second he gets there, he's killed. Now, that's obviously a metaphor for slavery and the exploitation of the workers. It couldn't be any clearer. The old woman in the bath is a metaphor for missed opportunity. He could have been with the beautiful young woman, but he ends up with a horrible old woman because he's working, because he's at work. And so he's had to miss that opportunity, and he'll never get that time back because, as I say, with all beauty, there is decay. Now, interestingly, the Shining Path was actually the name of the Communist Party of Peru. Are you telling me that that's a coincidence? Absolutely not. Now, it's only when they're in the maze, when Danny hides his footprints, when he stops imprinting on nature, that he's safe. Then he can escape his father, who has become the sort of the metaphor for your job killing you. And finally, and most obviously, the lift. The lift, to me, is reminiscent of the sort of lifts that you get in department stores. Like a Debenhams or something, where you've got multiple floors. What is that shot saying? It's literally saying that there's blood on every single floor. And what is that blood? Well, that blood is capitalism or commerce. So I think it's safe to say that it is an anti-capitalist film.
Well,
but it gets better than that.
Okay.
I also think that The Shining is about the assassination of John Lennon. And I think that this is particularly clever because you'll remember that John Lennon wasn't actually dead when The Shining was made, or even when it was first released, which goes to show what a genius and how in with the Illuminati Kubrick was. Now, the most obvious one is that basically Jack Torrance dies outside of a hotel. He dies outside of a hotel in winter, which is exactly the same as what happened to John Lennon. And Kubrick is from New York, and so this is a Kubrick film. So this is a representation of New York. And John Lennon, you'll remember, famously wore that New York T-shirt. So that's just pretty obvious, really. Jack and Danny are supposed to represent John Lennon. Now, Jack is obviously the older John Lennon when he started to grow his hair long and he's got a beard going on. What is it about Danny that's significant? Well, he's got a Beatles mop top, hasn't he? He's representative of young, innocent John Lennon. Like, you can't tell me that's a coincidence, Brett, right? Moon Room is it's not room number 237. It's not Moon Room. Oh, no. It's Mr. Ono. It's Mr. Ono. He's Yoko Ono's husband. Okay. And
right, yeah.
What's Wendy's hair like? Beautiful, sleek black, exactly like Yoko Ono. She's a representative of Yoko Ono. There's loads of things. Like, the twins are obviously supposed to represent Lennon and McCartney. And actually, one of their first groups was first called the Nurk Twins, which further just proves that point. The song Paperback Writer. Could it be more obvious? The pictures of naked black women on Halloran's wall that are just lingered on for no apparent reason, that's about the song Blackbird. He Can't Sleep, right, which is about Number 9 Dream and the John Lennon song How Do You Sleep? The working class hero is Jack. Jack Torrance is a working class hero, and he's in Isolation, which is another Lennon song. Catching the Ball, right? He's the catcher, and he drinks whiskey. That's such an obvious reference to the catcher in the rye, which Mark Chapman was holding when he assassinated the thing. When Jack gets the drinks spilled over him, the Advocar goes in exactly the same place that the blood would be when he was shot outside the Dakota building. Lennon's first acid trip was in an elevator. And so I think that the elevator shot is very much an obvious reference to Lennon's past. And I think that's it. I think that absolutely proves it. I don't think anybody can be in any denial that actually it's about the assassination of John Lennon. I'll take it one step further. What he's saying is that John Lennon was assassinated by the CIA or by America, because if you remember, that's what the Overlook Hotel is supposed to represent, the red, white and blue, the eagle. It's a representative of America. So it's very clear that The Shining is actually a foretelling and a retelling of the CIA's assassination of John Lennon, which we must remember hadn't happened at the time the film came out.
You have definitely got enough material for your next book.
Yes. Now, just so that people understand, I've made those up, but it's just to give an indication that basically if you want to look hard enough, you can find patterns anywhere, essentially, that will sort of tell you about it. And
I guess I just wanted to say that, I think you're absolutely right. I totally agree with the fact that, yes, you can weave a story using the facts, if you like, and you can make that into any story you like. I think the other thing that we haven't talked about today, which I know we won't, because we've really been playing on the ground of the theorists themselves, haven't we? We've been debunking their theories. There is a whole other side to this, which says, how difficult or easy would it be to fake the moon landings and to actually, do that exercise? I think a lot of people feel that it would be even more difficult than actually going to the moon. You're talking about thousands of people would have to be in on the lie. The technology required to stage the filming. You've touched a bit on that already about how difficult that would be. Keeping a conspiracy like that from the world, almost impossible, I think. So that's the other side of it. Is actually we don't have to prove that that these films were not representing some conspiracy. Actually, the onus is on the conspiracy theorists to prove something else, because it would be very, very, very difficult to do the thing that they're claiming.
Absolutely, particularly given the technology at the time. And again, if the theory is that basically, well, they essentially redid 2001, why does it not look anything like it?
Yeah, and we know there were rockets, there were missiles that they developed, there were, Russia had sent a man into space, so it's not like this had come suddenly out of the blue. We can track the development. I think it's true to say that it was way outside of humanity's comfort zone, and probably, if you look at it now as a project, you probably wouldn't take it on, because we are much more risk averse as a society than we were back then. We were willing to take risks with people's lives.
I think it's the justification of the enormous cost of it as well.
Yeah.
Like at the time, there was even sort of a public sort of want for it. It was the Cold War and certain things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's that bothered anymore, particularly if they turn around and said, like, we're going to spend X amount. And people don't like the concept of NASA anyway, because of the amount of money that is funneled to it and stuff like that. Particularly, so that is something that people do forget, that an incredible amount of money was poured into it. And that's kind of why they don't have the technology anymore, because they could make it, they could recreate it. That's a bit of a misnomer. They just don't think it's cost effective.
That's right. I mean, we will go to Mars, but it'll probably be there may well be a commercial element to it. But yeah, at the time, we're talking about the 1960s. I can understand why people find it hard to believe that we went to the moon because of our technology at the time. But actually, the principles were fairly straightforward, and it was a very, very primitive craft, and it was a very risky endeavor. It could have easily ended up that the men may have got there, but not got back. I think that was very, very likely. But it was one of those, took a punt and humanity made it.
Absolutely, yeah. But I think that's plausible. But I mean, to be fair, we're not really even trying to debunk the moon landing per se. We're just talking about Kubrick's sort of involvement in it here. But I think they're perfectly valid points that sometimes do get missed. All right, so coming on to Shooting Kubrick by T. Patrick Murray. Now, this was an interview that was supposedly recorded with Stanley Kubrick in May of 1999. This is what it says on the beginning of the interview. Does anybody know the problem with that?
Was he dead? Yeah, I'm going to say.
He was dead. He died in March 1999. So, that's a fairly exclusive interview, I'll be fair. Right. The long and short of it, it was actually released in 2015 by Your Newswire. So that's where this first came on to the thing. So technically they did wait the 15 years. But there is a big problem with it, is that it's not Stanley Kubrick. It doesn't even look like Stanley Kubrick. It doesn't sound like Stanley Kubrick. It isn't Stanley Kubrick. It's some bloke with it looks more like Santa Claus. He's got white hair, not famous black hair like Stanley Kubrick. Also, basically, if you watch the uncut footage, which is the one that I've got, and I don't know why this is on, every so often he breaks character, and the actor who's playing Stanley Kubrick's name is Tom. How do we know this? Because the director keeps saying, "No, Tom, don't do that. Talk about this. Don't say that. Say that you did it not for the lectures, because you did it because of carte blanche, remember?"
Dear.
And so it's a dead giveaway that, unfortunately, that film is on a number of levels fake. I don't know why anyone fell for that. Immediately when I saw that the first time, I was like, it's not Stanley Kubrick. However, he wouldn't be the first person to be tricked into believing that somebody was Stanley Kubrick. There was a gentleman in the 90s called Alan Conway that was a famous Stanley Kubrick impersonator. Now, here's the interesting thing. He knew nothing about Kubrick, nothing about his films. He looked nothing like Kubrick, and yet was able to convince a lot of people, including singer Joe Longthorne and Tory MP Sir Fergus Montgomery, that he was Stanley Kubrick. So this chap, Alan Conway, born in 1934. He's a bit of a checkered past, sent to Borstal age 13. And then basically from that point, he started fabricating his history, constantly lying about who he was and what his past was. He pretended at one point to be a Polish Jew who'd escaped a concentration camp. But actually, he and his wife were actually just travel agents. But he left her in the 80s for a man. And sadly, later, the man that he left him for died of AIDS. But he began to be, sort of after that, he began pretending to be Stanley Kubrick in the 90s. And this is because Kubrick was a bit reclusive at the time. And he also was, Conway was clean shaven, and Kubrick famously had a beard. So he was able to go, of course I don't look like Stanley Kubrick. Like, I remember when you shave your beard, Brent, and I was like, who the hell is that guy? Like, so it's entirely plausible. But he used to basically go around and get free drinks and meals. And he actually convinced quite a few people in the entertainment industry that it was Stanley Kubrick, including Julie Walters and Patricia Hayes. Patricia Hayes plays the old woman in A Fish Called Wanda. He convinced them both that he was going to put them in his next film. And they were very, very disappointed to discover that he wasn't Stanley Kubrick. Apparently, Frank Rich, a theatre critic from the New York Times, was also taken in by him and did an interview with him afterwards, which he was basically like, I think Stanley Kubrick might be gay, because obviously Alan Conway was gay and he was convinced that he was Stanley Kubrick. Now, when he found out about this, Kubrick actually thought that it was really, really funny. But his wife, Christiana, thought that it was horrific. This was actually made into a film called Colour Me Kubrick, which stars John Malkovich. But in a twist of conspiratorial fate, Conway died of a heart attack just 3 months before Kubrick himself also died of a heart attack. Ooh.
Oh.
But yeah, so there was a gentleman pretending to be Stanley Kubrick. Going on very, very briefly to Bill Cooper, but basically, the problem with Bill Cooper's take on it is that he doesn't ever cite a source. I get it. I get the concept, because it is similar to a lot of, for want of a better phrase, tropes or themes in religion. You know, the advent of man. There is the things within Freemasonry about becoming a better person, and, you know, it's something to do with stones. I forget exactly. But, you know, this idea of making yourself a better person or evolving isn't actually uncommon within religious texts. And the stuff that he's talking about, Horus, Osiris, and stuff like that, is Egyptian. And yeah, like, he's right. The Egyptians did talk about Horus and Osiris and Isis and boats and stuff like that. But the problem is that his interpretation, there's two problems with it. One, he's not explained which mystery religion it is. And saying mystery religion is a bit like saying drugs. Like, you know, some are uppers, some are downers, some are screamers, some are like whatever. Like, it's you can't just say the mystery religions. And I've noticed that nobody in the alternative media actually shows a source for the mystery religions and goes, you see how it matches, like, because this is someone talking about this exact thing. Anyway, he's got it wrong, because it's not actually. I mean, he's got it right in a sense, because the story that he's talking about, man evolving, he's got that right, and the impartation of knowledge from the exterior point, that was the intent of Arthur C. Clarke, although he claims it's extraterrestrial, and a lot of people claim that it's some representative of Satan or something like that. But if you actually go and ask the people involved in the film, it was a representative of Zoroastrian mystery religions, like, which is an ancient Persian religion that symbolizes the struggle between light and dark. And that is exactly why they play the music Thus Spake Zarathustra, which is by Strauss, which is obviously talking about Zoroastrianism. Now, interestingly, and a thing that, again, conspiracy theorists miss, is that Thus Spoke Zarathustra was the title of a Friedrich Nietzsche book, and it was the very famous Friedrich Nietzsche book in which he made the statement that God is dead. So what Bill Cooper's problem with it is, with mystery religions in general, is they are not Christian. right? That is fundamental problem with it. Like, similar to Alex Jones of Bohemian Grove, he's saying that because it's Christian, it is not Christian, it is inherently bad some way. And he doesn't really elaborate on that other than trying to tie it in with the Illuminati, the New World Order, Lucifer, Satan, and just basically saying that it's going against God and changing man and stuff like that. But what would have been better is if he'd have just tied it to what it actually is, which is Zoroastrianism, which is, again, from his perspective, anti-Christian, and has that connection overtly to Nietzsche saying that God is dead. You could even make arguments about Nietzsche's connection to the Nazi Party and stuff like that. This is what I'm increasingly finding, Brent. These people are crap at conspiracy theories.
They are. They're really bad at research.
Yeah, I think the points you're making there are a lot of movies actually do have religious undertones or philosophical undertones. They borrow from religions. I mean, the Star Wars films, for instance, a great example of that. I mean, you look at the Lord of the Rings and all of that as well. It's sort of heavily Christian sort of based, and there's Buddhism and a lot of things. So these the use of religious motifs and religious ideas is absolutely as old as literature. Really, it's because my view is that religions and philosophies they're trying to understand the big questions. Whether they get it right or not is a different question, but it's an attempt to try and understand this complex world, this reality that we find ourselves in, and make sense of it all. And stories are how we do that. So, film, media, literature, and before that, it was sitting around a campfire, looking at the stars and making stuff up. That this is the way that we've always tried to make sense of the world. So, no surprise that films will have underpinnings of religion and philosophy.
Totally. Right, so coming on to the final claim, which is that Alex Jones met with Vivian Kubrick and she basically told him two things. One, that her father was psychic. Two, that she was clairvoyant. And three things, that they definitely cut 24 minutes out of Eyes Wide Shut. Now, I think we can pretty much dismiss the first two as nonsense because, he didn't write the book. If the CIA and FBI are bothering Stanley Kubrick because of his exposure of psychic phenomenon, why aren't they bothering A, Stephen King, and B, Derek Acorah? And people are like, maybe they are for Derek Acorah. Like, maybe that's one we can do on a later show. But it just seems very spurious. And then Alex Jones not actually backing it up with any evidence. You know what? I watched it again. And I think he makes it up and then realizes he's made it up and goes, bollocks, I've just said that out loud. And I think he has a habit of that. And I think the drunker he gets, he did it with the Bohemian Grove one as well. When he was on the I forget, the comedian's podcast, and he's Andrew Schultz. He started lying through his teeth to impress him because he was pissed. But anyway, coming down to the 24 minutes that's supposedly missing from Eyes Wide Shut, it's a lie. And not only is it a lie, the opposite is true. Actually, no, the opposite isn't true, that 24 minutes were forced into the movie. Anyway, it's not true. Basically, the reason that it wasn't finished is because Vivian Kubrick ran off and fell out with her father on the set of Eyes Wide Shut because she wanted to go and join the Church of Scientology, and he thought that it was stupid. In fact, a lot of people have seen Eyes Wide Shut as being a critique of the Church of Scientology, like a sort of veiled critique of the Church of Scientology, which is why they had Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, who were famous Scientologists. Now, this is nothing to do with Tom Cruise, but basically she ran off and joined the Church of Scientology. So this idea that 24 minutes were cut is not true. The only thing that was not finished with Eyes Wide Shut was the soundtrack. Why was the soundtrack not done? Because the person who was supposed to do the soundtrack, Vivian Kubrick, sodded off, right? And this idea that basically he fell out with everybody but Vivian Kubrick is not true, because his wife Christiane has done, for the start, they lived together. And she still lives there with her daughter, who was considered Stanley's daughter as well. And Vivian has moved to, first San Francisco, then Texas. But basically, Christiana says, yeah, we lost her to that religion. She turned up, she went missing and let Stanley down. Stanley wrote her a really impassioned 40-page letter saying, please come back. I'll forgive you everything, blah, blah, blah. And she never spoke to the family again, or very sparingly spoke to the family again, and turned up to Stanley Kubrick's funeral with a Scientology handler who refused to let her talk to her family. She then never turned up to her sister's funeral, which was a few years later. So Alex Jones just lied. He lied about both of those things. He just essentially made it up. Nothing was cut from Eyes Wide Shut, apart from, in the American version, the sex scenes, they digitally put extras in front of the rude bits. So not dissimilar from the bit in Austin Powers where things cover the naked parts. But that's not in the English version. The English version came out completely uncut. So this is just not true. But furthermore to that, Stanley Kubrick's daughter is the person who has debunked his involvement with the moon landings. She wrote in July 2016 an open letter. She said, surely an artist such as my father, whose profound degree of artistic integrity is self-evident, whose political social consciousness is manifestly present in nearly every film he made, whose highly controversial subject matter literally put his life at risk, and yet he continued to make the films he made, don't you think he'd be the very last person ever to assist the US government in such a terrible betrayal of his people? There are many very real conspiracies that have happened throughout our history, are happening presently, and I'm only too aware of the dreadful manipulations perpetuated by governments, secret services, bankers, and the military-industrial complex. But claims that the moon landings were faked and filmed by my father, I just can't understand it. How can anyone believe that one of the greatest defenders of mankind would commit such an act of betrayal? My father's artistic works are his unimpeachable defense. Finally, my love for father notwithstanding, I actually knew him. I lived and worked with him. So forgive my harshness when I state categorically that the so-called truth these malicious cranks persist in forwarding, that my father conspired with the US government to fake the moon landings, is manifestly a grotesque lie. So Vivian Kubrick certainly doesn't believe that he was involved with the moon landing in any degree. What is interesting, though, is that Vivian Kubrick now is, and we got so far through this one, right, without it. She's a Holocaust denier, I'm afraid. Despite of being of essentially Jewish origin, she's a Holocaust denier. She promotes the Proud Boys, and she's a strong believer in QAnon. But she's essentially been estranged from the Kubrick estate since 1999. She doesn't believe in COVID either. She's anti-vaxxer, obviously, because obviously. So this is what's crazy. The actual quote from Christiana was, she's a fabulous person, beautiful and witty, enormously talented in all sorts of directions, very musical, a great mimic. She could play instruments easily, and she could sing, she could dance, she could act. We had fights, but she was hugely loved, and now I've lost her. It all began when Stanley was editing Eyes Wide Shut. Stanley asked Vivian to compose the score, but at the last minute, she said she wouldn't. Instead, she disappeared into San Francisco and LA. They had a huge fight. Stanley was very unhappy, and he wrote a 40-page letter trying to win her back. He begged her endlessly to come home from California. I'm glad he didn't live to see what happened to her. But she then goes on to stress that it was nothing to do with Tom Cruise. It was a completely separate, complete coincidence that she got into Scientology, basically. So that's the truth of Eyes Wide Shut and 2001. Now, there was a documentary where some of these people, there is an ultimate source of this, which we'll come on to, but just prior to that, there are two mockumentaries, essentially, that have come out that I've seen in loads, because obviously we're researching this. I've looked at loads of moon landing videos, and stills and bits from both of these films are presented as fact. One is a film that came out in 2019 by Fabrice Mathieu called Moonshining. and it shows the behind the scenes of the Kubrick faking the moon landing. It basically uses shots from 2001: A Space Odyssey, A Look Behind the Future, which, if you remember, we spoke about earlier. That's the NASA promotional video that tied in with the promotion of the film. It also includes Arthur C. Clarke interviews and like fake pictures of Kubrick with like the Apollo 11 lander and stuff like that, and interviews with Werner von Braun. That's only 5 minutes long. There's a much longer one that came out in 2002 by William Carell, which is called The Dark Side of the Moon, or Operation Loon, because it's French and it's a satirical mockumentary. And what he did is very clever. It's very, very clever. He interviewed Christiana Kubrick and Jan Harlan, who's her brother, and interviewed them about 2001, but did intentionally vague questions so that he can just chop all their answers up. And this basically gives the story of how Stanley Kubrick was hired to fake the moon landing. But he was hired to do it not because they couldn't go to the moon, but because they couldn't actually film on the moon. And then this documentary gets sillier and sillier until Nixon panics and sends 150 armed men after the film crew who have escaped to South America at this point in order to kill them, leaving only Stanley Kubrick. But Stanley Kubrick seals his own fate when he asks to borrow that Zeiss lens for Barry Lyndon. And then he has to spend the next 20 or so years holed up in his house, and then finally they get him. But there's loads of things in this that basically, like, it's very, very well done. They use out of context clips and then they use some actors. But all the actors have got names, or who they purport to be, are names of characters from Kubrick films. Like Jack Torrance is in there, and there's Dimitri Muffley, who's a sort of composition of Dimitri and Merkin Muffley from Strangelove. There's one called David Bowman. There's an astronaut called David Bowman, which is the name of the astronaut in 2001. And they get a lot of stuff wrong on purpose. They get dates wrong. They say that Nixon was the governor of California. They get the date of the moon landing wrong, and all sorts of stuff like that. But that has been absolutely swallowed hook, line, and sinker by a lot of people. I've seen, as again, clips of that or the entire film itself put on either BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, even YouTube, like to say basically, look, this is absolute proof that not only Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing, but that his family have finally admitted to it. So we come now to the final thing, the actual source. Because if you remember Jay Weidner, apart from saying that there's no way anyone could debunk any of his claims about front screen projection or any of the other things, he said that basically he knew that this was true because if you remember, he said that Raoul Kubrick was the head of the Communist Party. But he also said that this is his own theory. He's come up with this completely on his own, absolutely 100% on his own, just by watching The Shining. Well, guess what? He fibbed. There's an article that came out in 1995, and it was on the Usenet news group called althumor.bestofusenet, which is a joke forum that puts out fake stories. And in 1995, he put out the story Stanley Kubrick and the Moon Hoax. Now, listen to this carefully and see if at any time you can see that A, this is a joke, and B, the subtle clue that Jay Weidner nicked this entire theory. Does anyone really believe that human beings have actually set foot on the moon? I don't know, but I believe that if it wasn't for the sci-fi feats of Kubrick in 2001, the American Brain Trust would have offered us only audio of the so-called moon landing. It was 2001 that showed NASA how to stage a moon landing. Excellent observation. In fact, in early 1968, Mr. Kubrick was secretly approached by NASA officials who presented him with a lucrative offer to direct the first 3 moon landings. Initially, Kubrick declined as 2001: A Space Odyssey was in post-production at the time, but NASA sweetened the deal by offering to allow Mr. Kubrick exclusive access to the alien artifacts and autopsy footage from the Roswell crash sites. NASA further leveraged their position by threatening to publicly reveal the heavy involvement of Mr. Kubrick's younger brother Raoul with the American Communist Party. And this would have been an intolerable embarrassment to Mr. Kubrick, especially since the release of Dr. Strangelove. Did you spot it? Did everyone spot it? That's where Jay Weidner's nicked his theory from. Kubrick finally relented, and for 16 months, he and a special effects team led by Douglas Trumbull worked on a specially built soundstage in Huntsville, Alabama, creating the first and second moon landings. The effort resulted in hundreds of hours of 35mm video footage of the Apollo 11 and 12 missions. The bogus Apollo 11 mission was masterfully staged in July of 1969. A Saturn V rocket with astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins was launched into low Earth orbit, remaining there whilst NASA carefully released Kubrick's studio footage to the press. After the spectacular lunar landing and return to Earth, the astronauts re-entered Earth's atmosphere and made a perfect splashdown in the Pacific, right on schedule. Several months later, the Apollo 12 mission was successfully staged in a similar manner. Mr. Kubrick refused to direct Apollo 13 mission, however, because NASA officials rejected his screenplay in which the Apollo 13 mission fails. Kubrick insisted that a dramatic failed mission from which the astronauts were safely returned to Earth would ultimately prove to be NASA's finest hour. NASA maintained that a failed mission would unnecessarily jeopardize the agency's image, so Kubrick quit the project. Ironically, NASA later decided to use the failed mission scenario for which Randall Cunningham, a little-known but highly respected British director, was recruited to direct. Kubrick's relentless perfectionism is evident throughout the Apollo production, from the chilling 12:01 alarm during the final seconds of the Eagle's descent to the lunar surface, right down to the lunar dust covering the astronauts' EVA suits. The production itself was not without problems, however. For example, the front projection process used so successfully in the Dawn of Man sequences in 2001 proved to be inadequate for reproducing a convincing lunar landscape. Particularly vexing was the challenge of recreating the harsh lighting conditions with 1/6 gravity environment on the moon. Listen to this. Consequently, the moonwalk sequences were actually filmed on location in the Sea of Tranquility on the moon. Kubrick did not accompany the crew to the lunar site because of his well-known fear of flying. However, all of the scenes were carefully scripted in advance, and Kubrick was able to direct remotely from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, making it a filming first. An interesting side note, Kubrick is well known for his interest in theoretical mathematics. During breaks in filming the Apollo missions, Kubrick would often dabble in orbital mathematics, consulting with Wernher von Braun, who lived there in Huntsville at the time. After several of these sessions, Kubrick inadvertently derived an elegant solution to the free return trajectory problem, the very problem that had prevented NASA from completing a real moon mission in the first place. But sadly, this discovery came about far too late into the production for it to be any practical use and was soon forgotten. To this day, Stanley Kubrick's brilliant work on Apollo missions remains both unsurpassed and regrettably uncredited. Now, I think it's fairly safe to say, because of that one really specific detail, that's where Jay Weidner at least got the seed of the idea for that. And he never brings this up. Aside from all the things with the front screen projection and the obvious possible numerous interpretations of The Shining and the debunking of the fake horizon and the debunking of the Richard Hoagland thing, I think it's fairly safe to say that we still don't know whether they went to the moon. I don't think Stanley Kubrick faked it.
I'm with you.
I think that's it's a good analysis. I think you've debunked it, haven't you? I didn't believe it in the first place. But obviously some do. I think that's very interesting. And finding that original piece of writing, I think what that does show you is how, in our modern world, how a single idea can just mushroom out of control, can't it? It's a silly joke. It's a bit of fun. Before you know it, it's everywhere. There was it's slightly off piece, and I know we're sort of wrapping up shortly, but at the International Cultic Studies Association convention, which I attended, there was a story about a book that was purportedly, it's called the Brainwashing Handbook, basically, and it's purported to be from communist Russia, about basically how to brainwash people. And in there are plans about how Russia, Soviet Union, was going to get psychiatrists, psychologists to use these techniques on the populace and essentially take over the United States. It was a big fear at the time. It's because we're going back to the sort of 1950s and stuff. Anyway, long and short of it was that it was published by L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
And the name of the author, I can't remember the name of the author, but anyway, it turns out it's just a pseudonym of L. Ron Hubbard. And this is completely made up because he was so cross with psychiatrists that they'd completely bashed his book about what's the name of his Dianetics, yeah. So it's because he was so upset about that he wrote this thing, which was a really dig at them. But it then he tried to withdraw it because it was starting to get in his way, but he couldn't get it back. It also didn't have a copyright, so it meant anybody could publish it. And even to this day, last year there was a master's student who actually quoted him in their dissertation, and it's in a book called the Coming War with China. It refers to that book again. It's been used to try to claim again that this elite group is trying to take over the world and so on, all because of this one book that was written because the guy was quite cross, and it's got a life of its own. These things do, don't they?
Oh, amazing! That's fascinating, mate. But this is why it's so important to find sources.
Absolutely,
to actually find the root source.
Yeah.
And because again, let's be honest, we all want to know the truth, don't we? So that seems to be the best way to go about it.
It is, and I'm sure you guys have talked about Occam's razor over and over again. But it is the principle of normally the thing that's most obvious is normally going to be the truth. The boring answer is the truth. It's the thing that we thought all along, and while it's not always the case, that itself is a bias, but it's definitely a good rule of thumb to go with, and that's where you start, isn't it?
Well, it's what needs the least amount of explanation.
Exactly.
Okay? What's got the least unchecked boxes, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's it. Absolutely, mate.
Cool.
That was an epic one.
It sure was. And that is another one done. Pretty safe to say, Jay Weidner, your theory has been thoroughly debunked. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this one. Please follow Stephen Mather on Twitter at StevelSheep. That's at SteevilSheep at StevelSheep. And you can check out his podcasts, What Should I Think About? ... and Cults on Film. And of course, follow us on Twitter at SomeDarePodcast. Follow Neil at NeilSandersMC. You can follow me at Brent Lee SDCIC. Thanks for listening. Jesus.